we started finding the Icenic orbs more. The first Icenic orb we saw was Huffman, um, leader of an Ashdale boat cult.
Upbeat music.
Okay, yeah.
This feels entirely inappropriate.
Ooh.
All right. I won't go with that one.
What else? Yeah. Okay, so the deal with Hoffman is that he was leader of an Ashdale boat. And he essentially kind of okay, yeah, can I have a little help?
I don't think you need to summarize.
I heard
all
Leighton
the
give an
orbs.
Yeah, good.
Just
Go
summarize all the
ahead.
orbs,
Help
okay.
out.
Sure. So we learned about.
And it's up to you guys how in depth you go into this.
Yeah, we learned about 4 new orbs about different entities of history. We learned about Hoffman from Ashdale. We don't know much about this person, to be honest. We almost know nothing about that person, so I don't think there's anything to say other than what's written there. What about Egru? Which is sounds interesting just for the fact that it is a city-sized golem. It sounds pretty awe-inspiring to look at. Apparently went to war with someone or something named Styles, which came up again later. We don't know what happened to this golem. The third orb was a bit shoddily made. The Anapodos trophy was running out of funding or resources. They had to go cheap on the orbs, I'm afraid. But yeah, she was an elf, or a half elf even. I'm reading it.
It was kind of a trick,
Pardon?
apparently. She was imprisoned, and I remember that. She tried to defect to Turnus Yogg, yeah. After like this quote-unquote calamity. I remember that specifically for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And
she has connections to Karheim, and he has knowledge about the seams of the world and the minerals that calcify there. That's also interesting. The last one that we found that intact was another elf. A lot of elf-related things in history, apparently. This elf was from Zanash. And I need to read this bit.
okay.
I don't have a good way to summarize that one.
Let's see.
She was in Solomon.
Oh, and we also. Yeah, that's right. But another thing that happened is we also came across a few more bands. One with Bandos, Thelba. Here the whole list is Cal Zahir, Bandos, Thelba, Kersis. Basically like a lot of interesting names. You know, like Guthix, Aegon, Chelonius. Yeah, that's a Chelonius. Big boys. Apparently had a lot of info on them, and it's very sad that everything's broken. But yeah, eventually, while we were like going down, we actually discovered kind of like a treasury, you know. But you know, we're a little more smart rather than to just like start yoinking things for ourselves. I think, yeah, like you know, we saw a bunch of like weapons, a bunch of other like strange things. We saw a crate with like the symbol of Chelonius, which is interesting, and a bunch of Catagon and Dalt ingots. And yeah, we essentially kind of moved away after remembering a type of prayer that mentioned I forget what it specifically said, but it was something about don't be greedy, or Saradomin's gonna chop your head off. I doubt it was that specifically, but trying to think. Yeah, we had a few more encounters with a few traps, oh yeah. After that, we kind of came across this this place where we saw a lot of like dead Saradominus on the ground. It seemed like it was kind of like a final defense against these like Fremennik raiders. And yeah, we like they're like dead around all these like barricades, stuff like that. We discovered we basically discovered like a medical room. We saw this kind of bowl with like a lot of blood and like it's presumably it was a surgery bowl, and the strange thing is that it had this gem in it along with like other biomaterial, and we essentially theorized that after seeing more things like one of these dwarves had Anthromancer carved in their head, and we essentially theorized that this like they're being killed because they were like merging with all these magical items, and yeah. We also found
for sure, but I'm guessing that the Fremennik or whoever was invading really didn't like Anthromancers.
Yeah, really. They really didn't like Anthromancers. They killed them. Haha. But yes, we also found a crystal inside, and we kind of think that that's the source of the anti-magic field. And yeah.
Not 100% confident on that, but it's an idea.
Yeah. Nia got a little piece of it, by the way. So at least we'll be able to look at that a little later. So yeah, we eventually went a little further in. Oh, we found the this statue that essentially when you bow before it, a like the swing of a sword would come right through and try to chop your head off. But it was essentially like a puzzle where then we decided that like the next part of the like it was like a riddle, right? Like bow before Saradomin and then like be ready to strike it back. So then the essentially had to block a sword from coming out at Olkana, and she was able to. So I think something opened, like some kind of like a door opened after that, and we're able to.
I don't think that was technically the solution to the last part of the poem, cutting the sword in midair. He kind of just flew and crashed into the wall, and nothing happened.
But didn't she like deflect it anyways?
Oh yeah,
and then it fell on the ground. The sword.
We cut the string when it was flying in midair.
Yeah,
smashed into the wall.
Nia made a very high roll to cut that the thing that the blade was on, and if Nia had not made that very high roll, things would have gotten pretty hairy.
Thank God she had that foresight to reroll it, because I remember what it was before, Hey. But yeah, what's it called? After that, yeah, I'm pretty sure we found that ladder, right? So we went down to the catacombs. And yeah, after and down here, we were outside of the anti-magic field, which was very nice. We basically found a crypt full of like fallen knights and a lot of strange like just engraved signs indicating a few locations. We knew that there's a hallway that went to the north, and there is one that headed more towards the east. So I think we decided to go down the north hallway first. And we also saw like all these ghosts of like people on the ceiling, and they look like they're trying to get out of water, So it seemed like the whole place essentially drowned, got flooded and drowned all these poor people. But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Small correction. You were in a hallway that kind of seemed to run east-west, and so you guys headed a little bit east. But you found a map that seemed to indicate at some point it heads off to the north.
I see. Okay. That makes sense. But, okay, yeah. So eventually, while we're walking down, we made our way towards a bramble. Uh-oh! So, we're trying to figure out, like why the hell is this thing all the way out here in the north, So we eventually started fighting it, and after, essentially nearly, it kept, making us nauseous, making us, you know, unable to fight. But eventually we were able to take it down until we suddenly heard Mr. Mud yelling at us, telling us, "Get out of there!" And, we were trying to say, "It's okay, it's dead." And somehow he knew, no, it's not. Because then it started lashing out at us once more. And, you know, he ran forward. He, what's it called?
Took off
And,
his faceplate.
yeah. And we saw that he's a skeptic. And here we are.
And he blasted it with ice. Ref.
With ice, yeah.
Yes, indeed. You are all still breathless, some of you covered in strange slime and muck, the organic decay dripping from the long tentacle-like tendrils, roots of this bramble, all breathless, watching as you see the tall figure of Mud kind of breathing in heavily, even through that thick armor can tell his chest is heaving as you look at the now frozen form of this bramble that, Nia, you thought that you would cut practically in half moments ago, but clearly is resurgent. You see one of these tentacles caught in mid whipping back and forth, extending down and disappearing into that narrow channel of icy water down the center. The bit of it right around the bramble now completely frozen. Mud turns around towards you. You can see that scaly face through the helmet with its faceplate now torn off. You can see the yellow eyes with the slit pupils. You can also see his bottom jaw seems to have this almost a piece of armor or something that is fitted very closely onto it. This silver piece that almost has jagged edges to match his the end of his, well, not lips, but the edge of his maw. And you can see that there are these two kind of silver fangs that seem to come out from the top of it that have these faint points of white blue light just faintly glowing in front of it. His gaze sweeps across you. This guy's about 7 feet tall, sort of one to the other. He says, "All right, how big an issue is this going to be?"
That depends. How big an issue do you think it's going to be? We're all still alive and in one piece at the moment.
All right, and how cool can you be about all this?
We're already keeping a lot of secrets, trust me.
He kind of looks back at the bloom and he says, "All right, this is not the place to talk. Here's what's going to happen now. You're all going to follow me. You're going to watch my steps. When I hug the wall, you hug the wall. All right? No wandering off towards the center. No seeing something shiny and going flying off towards it. All right? I need you to be savvy and follow. No distractions. That means you, Fakin."
Alcana
the-
immediately grabs Dawn. Don't
Hey!
worry, I'll look out for him.
I would. Whatever.
"And don't raise your voices too loud."
We're not in the anti-magic field anymore, are we?
You're not.
Nia telepathically says, "I think we can cover that."
He seems to kind of raise a scaly brow, but does not really seem surprised. Gives half a nod. And he gestures towards you. You see him walk forward a little bit further east, the direction that you were heading. And then he gives a glance towards the opposite wall and kind of puts his back against this one. And he just edges along it for a few minutes before walking back out. And he turns back to make sure that you guys are all doing the same.
Elkanah is.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. So, following his lead, you start walking back down this hall, and he periodically kind of will cross the stream and put his back against one of the other walls. Anyone who wants to can make an insight or a perception check.
Oh, you take an insight check anytime you can.
Yeah, Notrix, you are the first one to notice this, and as soon as you do, Nia, you kind of notice Notrix and pick up on the same thing. You see that where he seems to hug the wall and cross the chambers, that there is more of that red, mossy stuff growing on the opposite side of the wall, and he seems to be avoiding that red mossy stuff, walking as far away from that as he can. And when there's a large growth on the opposite wall, he sort of hugs the wall to the obverse side.
They must bad. Good to know.
You follow Mud for about 15 minutes in silence before you see the hall kind of, or this chamber, this large catacomb, seem to open up slightly. And those of you with dark vision can see a metal sign hanging from the roof. And Alcana, you can tell what it says in Icenic. Tis Elpidas. And an arrow. And a little mark of what looks like some sort of an embossed image of a tower on the edge of this sign. And you see that the catacomb seems to branch off into a large northern tunnel, and he turns the corner.
Well, we're gonna follow, of course.
Oh yeah.
Walks for only a couple more minutes before he stops and turns to you. He says, "All right, should be far enough away now. So, seem to at least be able to follow directions. What I want to know is, what were you looking for down here? How did you find this place?" And I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
Zone of truth.
Ow!
So,
How is Dawn the
I don't know,
wisest
man.
among us?
That really isn't a reason.
Hey,
Oh well, Notrix is wiser, I suppose. It
Oh,
just
that's
wasn't,
everyone.
Nat 20.
Wow.
Don't forget the +2.
So he kind of furrows his brow a little bit. Then his gaze turns to you, Logie, and he says, "You, dwarf, I would like you to speak for your group. What were you doing here?" Everyone but Logie saved.
Oh well, did I say with the +2?
That
From,
it's
Arcana?
still not high enough.
Ah, okay. What were we doing here? Exploring, I suppose.
Is that true? I guess it
mean-
is technically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
exploring,
Isn't
slash
it?
looking for any information we can find, I guess is the truth.
we're just lore hounds, dude.
We weren't looking for anything specifically, so
Yeah, we didn't have a specific goal in mind going here. Just, hey, this is an interesting thing. Let's
Oh,
see what's
oh.
interesting.
He puts up one gauntleted hand. Turns to Logie again.
How did you find the catacombs? They're hidden.
um, well, we are pretty good at deciphering clues. At least after a couple false starts. I didn't really have a lot to do with it. It was mostly Notrix, but we just figured it out, really.
Well, Arcana and Nia were the ones who found the catacombs. From what they said, it didn't seem like they were very hard to find. The ice was disturbed right above the hatch.
Obviously, you know about them. But why?
His gaze turns towards Logie again.
And your party? What is your mission in Forinthry? What are you doing this far north?
You can sort of almost see like a drop of sweat going down Logie's forehead. We're just looking for answers of a. Yes, just looking for answers.
Answers about what? Answers tells me nothing.
Well, we take a somewhat personal interest in history, and that there are certain historical facts and figures which we would like to know more about.
And you?
You see him almost kind of seem to search his memory.
Logie, correct?
Yes?
What is your personal interest in history?
Whoa, 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 whoa! Don't tell him that.
Let
Hey, how
him
about
speak?
you answer our questions first?
Alcana shoves her hand shoves a finger in Don's face,
Thank you.
and telepathically says to him, "Don't aggravate him."
Okay, so just out of character, is this one of those truth spells that compels me to speak the truth, or just makes it so that when I do speak, it has to be the truth?
Just when you do speak, it has to be the truth.
Here's the thing, I don't think you know that you're like under a spell too, right? So,
I think he does.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, we've previously known we're under Zone of Truth spells.
Alright.
Yeah.
I really think that's the kind of question that's going to take a little bit of introspection, you know? It doesn't really have a simple answer.
Well, please, humor me. Attempt to be introspective. Imagine I'm your personal therapist.
I suppose some unfortunate and some perhaps fortunate encounters with the occult has made me interested in certain esoteric points of knowledge because I feel like it might help me understand myself better, and also perhaps make sense of the world.
You see this. You can tell there's a look of exasperation on his face. He says,
How about this? We'll make it easier for you. I'll ask you a series of questions and you answer yes or no. Did you come up here seeking the Anapodostrophe Hieros?
No.
Did you come up here seeking archaic Ceradominus knowledge.
And he sort of furrows his brow for a second. No?
He kind of squints and he says,
Are you an agent of any? Are you in the service of the church of another god, of a niche god, one other than Ceradomin, Zabrak, or Guthix?
And he's sort of thinking for a bit, but he says, no, because as far as he knows there's no church.
he kind of gives a nod and he says,
Have you found anything in this tower relevant to your personal quest for knowledge?
Yes.
and he kind of gives another nod.
Is this knowledge you have found relevant to Zamarakian interests? Does it have to do with the old Zamarakian Empire?
Do I have to give a yes or no answer to this? I feel it's more complicated than that. I suppose yes.
Yes. And is this primarily what you sought here, or is there more information that you found in this tower?
Hang on, is that a yes or no question?
I mean,
Yes. No. Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. Your phrasing kind of confused me.
So, is that what you primarily sought? He says, listen, I have to be honest, it's been a while since I've given an interrogation like this. I need to check my syntax.
You're kind of a shit therapist, my dude.
Shut up, Don.
He
Yeah,
just
flicks down on the head.
gives you a hard look and then turns back to Logie.
Was this the information most relevant to yourself that you found in this tower?
Huh. Just out of character, I have to actually think about what we found in this tower now.
We found a whole ton of stuff, but I don't think we came here specifically looking for stuff related to Zamorak.
Aside from it all being historically related to each other. Zamrak came up.
I think in truth, the
Let me
answer
make
to
this
that-
more easy for you. Did you find information in this tower that was of greater interest to you than that directly relevant to the old Zamarakian Empire?
Yes, I think so.
Did it have to do with the Skargarites?
No, although that was kind of interesting too.
Did it have to do with the Pentarchy?
The sort of the sweat bubble on Logie's forehead just got like 2 times bigger and sort of slowly traveling down. What?
It's a yes or no question.
What makes you think I know what that is? If I, if I hypothetically knew that or not?
You're not going to answer the question.
I suppose it could be. Yeah. Yes.
He gives a nod. He looks towards the rest of you.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of the arithmetic here. If it had been up to me, I may have organized things a little bit differently. Oh. So I put it up to all of you. What happens next?
Honestly, I was expecting you would yell at us and kick us out of the dungeon.
I thought we were just going to leave anyway.
Well, depends if. Yeah, if this place is incredibly, incredibly dangerous, that might be wise, but. Well, we are seekers of knowledge, and any knowledge helps us.
I was thinking, since, we answer so many questions, maybe you could answer a few.
Don, don't test it.
But I'm not being...
Logi, are you and your friends agents of any government?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Elaborate if you'd be so kind.
And he sort of looks at the others. I suppose it doesn't hurt. We were, for a time, involved in some politics in the Ushankos, specifically Haranu.
Fine. It is out of my purview, but I suppose that is satisfactory. All right, my 5 friends. Fakin.
Name's
I'm s-
Don.
Dawn, yes. What were you saying?
Well, alright. I got one question. Who's the Anapodostrophe Eros?
This is the Anapodostrophe Eros. The tower. That's the name of the tower, the Anapodostrophe Eros.
Oh.
I think several party members facepalm in the background. I think
Yes!
I thought Anapodostrophe was like a title.
I
Okay,
think we were told that.
I don't know. okay.
To be fair, he
Don.
did used to live on the moon.
Yeah, Don kind of blushes a little, shakes his head, and says, so, what Saradominist knowledge are you looking for?
That's any of our business.
Well, what we just told him was none of his business.
What do you think my business here might be?
Well, I assume you're looking for a specific piece of knowledge rather than general. Or you're looking to perhaps either find it or perhaps hide it before anyone else sees it.
Well, I don't think I have anything else to hide. Logi, do you have a hypothesis?
Hypothesis?
Of what I may be doing here?
Oh, I suppose I think you're probably related to the organization that once held this tower in some way.
He gives kind of half a nod, and he says,
It seems fatuous to me to play act on the presumption that everything here is ordinary. I'm not just some guy, obviously. I am the only Skethic that I have ever known, and I presume that the same would be true of any of you.
Yes, we knew they existed before, but assumed that they died off.
Yes, it gave us quite the fright, I think.
As far as I have been able to discover, I am the last of my kind, born from an egg that was preserved. And if those who raised me are to be believed, last of the descendants of Suleiman, I understand that you've already seen the statue.
Yes.
I do not believe, though, that mine egg was the only one that managed to withstand the years in a stasis. This tower, well, was not buried in ice. This may come as some surprise to you, but we are currently living through an ice age. Living far down south in the Green Kingdoms, maybe it just means it gets a bit nippy out and you have to put a sweater on. But up here, well, the records indicate it was always chilly, but there was a growing season, and there was a village surrounding the tower at some point. I believe that there may be preserved more eggs of those of my kind in the surrounding lands. If they could be thawed, if they could be regrown.
That is a very, I suppose, a very noble task you set yourself.
Indeed. I suppose this is a minor curiosity, but I'm presuming your actual name isn't Mr. Mudd.
It is not.
What's your name?
I am going to have to decline to answer that request. However, I have gone by Mr. Mudd for long enough that I have developed a certain fondness for the title.
That's fair.
Why did you choose mud of all the elements?
Because sometimes I feel the path, the portents that set me on my own journey come from out of the mud, come from learnings, come from the hubris of a past age.
That's quite deep.
Yeah, I thought Margie just gave it to you or something. Well,
They are
hey.
good folk and they do not understand the full extent of what is happening here. Flash, Raphael have expressed little interest in the more esoteric sides of the order, and even Margie has been no further than the first level beneath the field of anti-magic. I would thank all of you to maintain discretion in what happens below here.
Do
I
they-
already know how to do that for my own order. I'd imagine it's not too different from that.
So they don't know that you are a reptile?
Not exactly.
suppose we were wondering how much information you were sharing with them.
Well, hey, what's this little mission you're on, looking for more eggs of your species? Have you found any, leads?
This tower is my lead. I have certain duties, result of my lineage. I am a Templar. That is an order that still persists, has largely drifted from its classical ambitions.
So your blood gives you some assistance when dealing with the tower? Your ancestry?
Some. However, that has more to do with receptivity to more concentrated divine magics. If you look around, you may notice that is no longer much of a going concern. We do not live in an age when gods walk the earth.
Indeed.
So that's what the anti-magic is about then. I did hear some whispers of what its purpose was, but it was an anti-god defense.
I cannot be certain exactly what happened here, but I believe that the anti-magic is a mistake, an error that is now not easily repaired.
I
Okay.
see. I think we might have actually found something that potentially could help you on that front, though I'm not sure it'll tell you much more than you already knew.
Are you talking about my suspicions regarding the crystal we found?
I was more thinking about some of the records that specifically mentioned the bloodline.
Ah, you continue then.
We figured out how to open some of the secret doors in here, and well, there was a record of a sort that I'd learned to operate in my particular work that happened to mention some of the stuff you were talking about, that bloodline of Suleiman or whatever. Perhaps we can show you where we found it.
I have entered, I believe, most of the doors in this tower. I have actually worked to repair some of the decayed mechanisms of these doors, though some of the traps have eluded me.
Oh, yeah, I should have figured you would have covered that already. Never mind.
Well, the orbs we found were buried under piles of glass for the most part, so I'm not sure if you saw those in particular. We did leave them in a nice pile in the records room, the frozen room. If you want to pursue them yourself later.
Yeah, there's a little pocket of where the anti-magic for some reason doesn't reach.
Wonderful. I've been meaning to work on my organization.
Yeah, sorry for bothering you with all of our shenanigans. It's kind of a bad habit of ours.
Well, at least you didn't end up dragged into the cistern.
Yes.
Yes,
what are
I'm
those
trained
things doing?
to combat. I'm trained to combat a number of horrors. Plant-based horrors aren't exactly my expertise.
What are they doing down here anyway? How did they get down here?
You seem to speak from a place of recognition.
Yeah,
I
we're
suppose.
aware of what they are, but do you know how they got down here? Or do you know what they are? I
we
guess
haven't.
it's a better question.
We've seen similar plants, but nothing so mobile, I suppose. Well,
Yeah.
at least not outside of isolated circumstances.
I brought to the bramble down here, though it has flourished far beyond what I ever could have expected.
You brought it down here? Why? What did you think was gonna happen?
If you have not noticed these brambles, they do not function like other plants. They do not need sunlight. They do not need the nutrients of soil. They can persist even despite freezing temperatures. I suspect they could persist in the center of a desert. They feed on different a different type of fertilizer. You see that channel that ran down the center of the main passage, the one we just turned off of.
With the water in it? Yeah.
How deep do you suppose that was?
I assumed it wasn't deep at all.
Yes, it didn't look too deep.
Well, then you should be grateful that you did not attempt to step in it. It goes into another chamber, the equal of the rest of this, completing the, you might say, circular profile of this vaunted catacomb. No doubt you've noticed the ghost.
Yes, we have indeed.
They did look like they drowned.
At some point in the past, they drowned to an event, some catastrophe, I believe linked to the start of the current ice age, the endless rain. I believe hundreds drowned down here. And until just a couple of weeks ago, this channel down the center of these catacombs was still frozen solid. It was when I implanted the bramble that began to thaw, to melt. And it seemed the hundreds of bodies that eventually bloated and sunk down into the lower portion of this catacomb became particularly potent fodder for its growth. A relatively small bramble entrusted to me grew to monumental size and was able to tap into this store of fertilizer, seemingly was able to spread. You may have noticed it seemed to even carry a moss on it. Moss that is very sensitive, that will emit a piercing, howling whistle if any living thing comes too close to it. Now, the one saving grace of all this is that bramble, processing all of this carrion, goes dormant for long stretches. If you pass by it while it's dormant and evade the moss, well, you should be able to get by without any trouble. But this bramble is going to be key to eventually breaking down the landscape around the tower.
I see.
So you plan to melt the glacier around the tower? That sounds like it would take a while.
I've got time.
And hey, you said that someone entrusted you with the bramble?
He gives kind of a half nod.
Who?
I do not believe that I am at liberty to say.
That's fair.
Here's the thing. We know that bramble, yeah, it's pretty necromantic, and it feeds on those dead bodies. And basically, I think what I'm trying to ask is, you haven't seen any evidence of it, like, reproducing somehow, right? Like, you never seen it show evidence of possibly spreading.
It has spread. It's grown, and the moss that it carried on it has spread throughout much of the main passage of the catacombs.
Because you can see how if that thing gets, out of control, it could cause a lot of problems.
I have the means to control it.
You see him give a faint metallic tap to that odd sort of silver jaw piece.
What do you mean by that?
I think we literally just saw a live demonstration of that, Dawn.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that thing is huge. Even if you freeze it as much as you want, what are you gonna do? Drag it around the whole glacier?
I will see exactly how it continues to develop, and if it becomes something unruly, something that grows out of hand, I have my own contingencies in place.
That is good to hear, I suppose. I don't want this getting out.
Like what, though? Do you think you could kill it if you wanted to?
I am the last shadow esoteropath of the Anapodas Trophy. I like to at least think of myself as resourceful.
That's fair.
Don looks kind of uncomfortable.
A shadow acid telepath, huh? Is that... You inherited that title, I assume? Rather than being given to you by someone?
I suppose you might consider that title to be my birthright. Indeed, it is an effort that no human would be able to claim. However, I had to train for many years before I was deemed worthy of claiming that title.
What's the difference between a shadow esoteropath and just a normal esoteropath?
It's hard to be a shadow esoteropath when it's high noon.
I
You
get it.
mean you work at night?
I mean, it is not any of your concern.
Let's see.
Alcana would sort of look around at the others. Well, do we want to stick around the tower, or do we want to get up on our way?
Well, we had some interest in looking at the larger chambers, or whatever these signs are leading towards. We're seeing somewhere within these catacombs.
Where these signs are leading. These tunnels. There were once dozens of them all across this world. Most have collapsed, but these ones, perhaps paradoxically, with the glacial cataclysm above, have been preserved. They stretch for miles and miles.
Oh my. Are you at liberty to tell us where they go?
His eyes glance up and then back down to you.
Styles anticipate us. And apparently the sea if you go far enough.
Really now? That's very interesting indeed. See to the west, or maybe not west, see to the north or to the east?
He just kind of looks back at you with this unreadable, kind of blank expression.
I think it's probably to the north, Arcana. The east is much further away.
That's fair. Forgive me, that was a stupid assessment.
Well, Mr. Mudd, can you tell us more about these places? We have heard of them, but for the most part, we've just heard names.
Tesalpidas, as far as I know, is a lighthouse. Styles, as far as I know, is a city. Though I doubt you should accept much of a reception at either one.
Most places in Free are either abandoned or crawling with unsavory folk.
Kind of gives you a half nod.
So these tunnels could be used to bypass the treacherous core conditions outside, potentially, and make passage further north or other directions.
They could. But I will warn you, we are not alone in these tunnels.
I assume you're not referring to the plant that tried to eat us?
I am not. Closer to the Anapodostrophe, it's fulfilled more of its original function as a crypt. But the further afield you get from any strongholds, the more you get into territory that the Ceradominus legacy cannot claim.
What kind of creatures have taken up residence there?
Things that love the dark, things that shy from the light or from the living, things that have their own hunger, things that do not know reason.
So at least undead. Hannah's just kind of muttering to herself.
So you're saying that? So earlier you said that hundreds or thousands of things of people died down here, right? Drowned.
That is what I've been led to believe, yes.
I mean, that makes me think that it's not safe to leave the bramble down here. I mean, imagine that thing eating all those people at some point. It could grow gigantic, more than it is right now.
It is in my interest currently for this bramble to grow stronger. Perhaps you missed this, but that channel down the center was completely frozen before I implanted it here. Now it is still largely ice, but thawed enough that its stores are accessible. If it can melt that, it could melt the glacier.
But what if, I mean, what if it escapes the underground? What are you gonna do about it then?
As I said, I have contingencies.
Perhaps we have magic that could aid in ice. Sorry, I can't think of the word. ice navigation.
What are you saying, that all 5 of you would put down your quest for personal interests in Forinthry and what? Stay here to assist me?
Well, given that
I
you said it would take a
don't-
long time, probably not.
Yes, probably not.
But
This is a big glacier.
perhaps we could spend a matter of a day or slightly longer if necessary helping you with a specific task. For example, I imagine perhaps ice elementals might be handy in going out through the ice and looking for things. One example.
Ice elementals.
Yes, I'm a druid. I'm experienced in summoning things from different elemental planes and the spirit plane. I believe.
You must be a druid of some skill to be able to conjure ice elementals.
I think technically they're more ice fiends rather than ice elementals. Ice elementals might be a bit above me. Yeah, I think
And, what did you say your order was again, druid?
My order?
Yes, your circle, excuse me.
Oh, my circle. Well, in training, I am a circle of spores druid.
But I was considering more. You're of Taverley Circle, or perhaps of the Kandarin Circle, or perhaps of some other druid circle.
I think at this point in time I remain unaffiliated, to be honest. It is something that has become complicated of late, I suppose. I do not know my standing with other druids at the moment. There has been conflicts of interest.
Gives a bit of a half nod to you.
Well, if you do indeed wield such power, I suppose I would be a fool to turn down an offer of assistance.
Yes, I think. Well, it's a matter of a single spell, I think. Some ice elementals, or perhaps water elementals, to try and carve through the ice faster. Maybe get out to some of those ruins or village you mentioned. I'm not certain how much progress would be made, but give it a try.
Yeah, we got some spells that could also manipulate ice, so
Well, of course, we
Out of
must be
character,
careful not to
right?
melt everything.
yeah, like we got stuff that can melt ice and yada yada.
All right, I'll say, since you guys are working together, Dawn or Notrix, roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay, persuasion, huh?
Don's probably better at
I can do it. I
persuading.
have a high persuasion. Yeah, I got you. He has a
Natural
And
20!
he kind of
Raises his brows and he says, "And you all wield power much like Notrix here?"
Most of us, yeah.
Not exactly the same.
My specialty is not exactly. My specialties lie more in dealing with certain kinds of creatures.
Remember when we were trying to build that igloo on Kana? You can smash ice.
We failed
Don't
miserably.
remind me of
suppose I
the
should.
igloo, Dawn.
I suppose I should have expected this level of aptitude from a Fakin and his associates. Very well,
Yeah.
I accept your offer. But right now, it has already grown late, even though it is easy to lose the days this deep in the tower.
He kind of looks back towards the intersection.
I believe that the bramble should have gone dormant by now. Follow me silently. We'll return back up to the observatory, and we can discuss this more in the morning.
That is fair. So,
Sounds good to me.
just to clarify, there's nothing nearby. Well, the places these tunnels lead to are all very far away. There's no nearby locations that are made source.
Yeah, you get the impression that like all three of those locations on the map are probably miles away.
Right. There's not just like a room nearby we can go to. So, okay, that's all I need to know.
So, you follow Mr. Mudd, again hugging the walls, not with a better sense of what to avoid. And you do see, indeed, as you get closer to where the bramble was frozen, it's gone now. You're not even sure where it disappeared into, but you all stay silent. He eventually leads you back to the ladder, up, through the tower, and back eventually to the observatory level. You can see through sort of a crack towards the top where you can get the sky that it is completely dark out. And let me go ahead and switch the card. Let's see, which one do I want to use? Do I want to use the fancy one or do I want to use the derelict one? I'll use the fancy one. No, it doesn't look like that at all. I'll use the derelict one. I'm sorry.
You're good. You gotta
It's
get the
just the
right
cards.
aesthetic.
Too fancy.
It's not just the cards, or we need the right aesthetic in order to be immersed.
I've got a pretty clear mental picture of the place.
Same, actually.
So,
What's for dinner?
as you return, yeah, back up top, you actually coming up, you can smell a little bit of something cooking up, and you can see Margie, who's at the sort of oven that she has sort of half improvised. You assume when they first came here, the same one that she used to make the cookies. And she looks and she says, "Oh, hey, hon. Also, Mr. Mudd was able to find where all of you went off to. I was getting a little bit worried. You were down there for a long time now. But don't you know, I don't really have well, I hope this isn't a problem, but the food itself, it's kind of conjured biscuits, but I carry around some spices with me, and I like to doll them up just a little bit so they're not completely bland. You know how it goes."
Let's just say I'm used to subsisting on worse.
Yes, we've
Yes,
been
bread
carrying all our
rations.
food around with us for, well, a whole trip.
Cooked food is a luxury by comparison.
And yeah, it's only a couple more minutes before she comes out, and you see that Alkana, you especially have sort of seen food like this before. Food that is magically conjured. It's sort of something like this kind of tough bread, this sort of bland cheese. But you can see that she's done a little bit of work to it, kind of done almost like a melt on the bread, and there's this sort of almost za'atar-like spice on top of it, and it's got a surprisingly appetizing smell for food like this.
Well, let's chow down, shall we?
Yeah, go ahead and eat up, hon. I'm sorry that I can't make you something better for this. Oh, if I'd known that we'd have company, I might have gone out and maybe gotten Ralphie and I to go and find some kind of a, I don't know, snow hare or something so we could make up something real fresh. But, well, it's a little bit of a late supper already, don't you know?
No, I understand. I'm thankful that you've shown us this hospitality at all to begin with. It's a rare sight out here on the wastes.
Say, Don, do you still have that the berry smell? ready.
Uh,
That could
I do actually.
liven up the meal. Those usually taste okay, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe we could spread them on top of the biscuits.
There. I summon 10 berries. 10, right? That's the max?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10.
You see Mud, who had sort of refixed his faceplate on the way up. He doesn't actually sit down, just that gauntleted hand, plucks up one of the berries and walks away from the table. Margie pipes in. Oh, yeah, Mr. Mud, he always takes his meals on his own.
Some people just like sitting on their own, no fault to them. Sometimes it helps to have more of an introspective type.
When I was younger, I didn't like eating for the people too.
Yes, the miasma of humanity seething all around you, even as you're forced to engage in the base acts of feeding a body that is endlessly in the process of decay. I can understand the horrors that would create.
Boy, his father must have been a real joy.
If only this kid knew what we saw downstairs. He doesn't say that out loud. He just thinks it.
Oh, don't mind Ralphie. He's just going through a little bit of a phase.
I figured. Yeah, food time. Let's eat, guys.
Yeah,
Is it good?
you guys enjoy the meal. It's it feels gourmet after what you've been eating the past few weeks. Just kind of hardtack, the occasional good berry. You see that. I think that Flash he makes another round of that sort of fake hot cocoa, which maybe you're getting sick of it, maybe it's still good, but he's just really full in on chowing down. I see Fox sort of sitting at the edge of the table. He still has this, I don't know, maybe slightly shaken look, but he's seems to be looking over all of you appraisingly, almost as if he's making sure that you all look like you're all in one piece.
All of us are missing a hand.
No, it's missing a hand. Don's at 3 HP.
Yeah, Nostrix's hand just falls asleep for a moment or something.
He sat on her or something.
Alcana still looks pretty good. Like, maybe she's got a couple of scratches, but for the most part, she looks hale and hearty.
Yeah,
Man, Don
technically,
got, like-
Don should be at 4 HP because Good Berry heals 1 HP.
Oh, thank
If
you.
wants
Oh,
to
yeah,
be
you're right.
really
There we go.
early.
Yeah. There you go. Don looks
Yeah,
like
so
fish reader better.
not to be like very but what about my spells here? But does sitting down and having like a meal count as a short rest?
Sure, we'll say that it's a nice long meal. You have a time of it. Margie tells some very banal stories, but tells them in just the most charming way. And eventually, yeah, you spend a full hour having a leisurely meal.
Ooh, good.
That was great. Thank you so much, Margie. It was like having a taste of home.
Oh, don't mention it, hon. It's just so nice to finally have someone else to cook for. I mean, I know Flash always likes it, but he gets so busy eating that he barely gets to say anything about it. And, oh, you probably couldn't beat a compliment out of Ralphie with a stick.
Sounds like he might actually like the stick beating part, actually.
Hey, Ralphie, you like the bread?
Ralphie just glares at you.
Forget I said anything.
So since this this lasts a while, after I've eaten my share, can I have a look through the book again to see if I get some more lore or maybe just fiction fluff?
Sure, of course. You pick up the book, continue reading. I want you to make a roll for this, but I don't know what roll it would be.
Whatever I roll
a roll for reading, like,
Yeah.
or a roll for picking up on stuff.
I don't know. Why don't you tell me? What role should this be?
What role do you need to pass your English class?
Uh, oh, I like the idea of rolling insight when reading a book.
Yeah, try to read
sure.
between the lines.
Roll insight as you look into this book. Yeah, you begin flipping through the pages, and then you realize it's a horrible way to read a book. You should just go back where you left off. But yeah, you get a little bit further into it, and trying to sort of understand it more deeply, you're not sure if it reveals any really great truths to you. You continue on with this demon, Devoratus, forming this coalition, of more independent forces. And it's not only against sort of the tyranny of the gods in this time of endless war, but also there is this talk about the gods sort of growing almost old, growing lethargic, growing slow witted, and this sort of lethargy and geriatric quality to them threatening the well being of their kingdoms until finally it is a force that is initially informed of this coup coalition but breaks off early that succeeds in destroying the gods and not one of Devoratus' coup forces themselves. These extremist group of Guthixians who manage to somehow create this ritual that manages to destroy the physical forms of the gods and send their consciousnesses back into the divine plane. And with these forces out of the way, Devoratus quickly rises and is applauded by the people who had come to see him as a bit of a liberator from the worldwide tyranny of gods, as he's crowned the new emperor of all Gielinor. As you get into this further, you can see that there are still some holdouts, some rebellious forces that do not recognize this empire, but they are mostly isolated. It seems like a lot of them are, while the book focuses on these human pockets of resistance, several of them in the desert, you get the impression, or not the impression, but the book seems to indicate that the majority of resistance cells outside of this are actually led by elves. And this is about as far as you get into the book on this reading.
Hmm.
So, as dinner comes to an end, as Margie cleans up, and you can tell that it's already quite late, they've kind of got their own cots, and you've got your own bed kit, but it's nice and warm enough in here. And she actually kind of sets up this controlled fire pit in the center. It seems like you'll have a pretty comfortable night's sleep here. Does anything else happen before you guys go to bed?
Yes. Yes, it does. I think Nia's gonna go try to find Mr. Mudd.
Yeah. Mr. Mudd seems not to kind of sleep on this observatory level with everyone else. And you end up descending the stairs once more, and you see him almost just sort of leaning against a wall not far from that statue of Suleiman.
I was beginning to worry you just disappeared.
He shrugs.
I'm going to assume the reason you don't sleep with the rest of them is because, well, you know.
No response to that.
Oh, by the way, she's speaking psychically.
Oh, okay. And you, in that case, you hear the reply in the back of your head.
I find a certain amount of distance useful.
Yeah, I can understand that. Sorry to bother you. There's actually only one question that has been burning in the back of my head ever since I first saw you. Where did you get the armor that you wear?
It is a style of armor that, as I've been made to understand, was originally designed by and for certain Skethic warriors. It is not specifically Ceradominist. It is something I inherited, though from whom I'm not completely certain.
Ron, you told me that Nia, even though she was pretty often not like right next to, but near Lord Khazard, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
that she had never seen him without the helmet on.
That's correct.
Does she know of anybody who has?
No one who's specifically spoken about it.
Well, it's just that I've met another person. Well, not met him, but I've seen him wearing almost the exact same kind of armor.
Is that so?
Yes, he's one of the members of the noble houses in Kandarin by the name of Khazard.
This is not something I have heard before. You believe this Khazard may be someone like me?
I have no proof as such, though I can't help but remember that neither I nor anybody I've ever talked to has seen him without his helmet on.
You can't see his face. Even through all this heavy armor, you can't make out a lot of body language, but still, there's kind of this tension to him. There's this. He seems to almost hold for a second too long. You get the impression that this is quite a revelation.
When you mentioned that you thought that you had figured you were the last member of your race, I just figured I should let you know because, well, there is a chance.
Kind of just gives a slow nod to that.
Actually, there's one other thing I'm curious about. What did Fox say to you that you let us go down? Or come down here, I guess.
Fox. Paladin is uncommonly insightful, and he speaks a language that I had been made to understood was mostly dead, at least when it was taught to me as part of my heritage, rather than as something of practical use. Was nothing unusual, simply vouching for you and Elkanah, but to speak in those terms, to see through me like that, to immediately recognize me as part of the Anapotastrophe, I expected greater insight, perhaps greater knowledge, and greater discretion than I would expect to find in others.
I did follow his eyes. He was looking at your belt, your waist.
Hmm. Well, I cannot tell you what his own insights were. You'd have to ask him about his own thought process.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder just how much I know about him at all, to be honest. But anyway, I just figured you should know about Kazard. When I first saw you back in, what the hell was that place called?
Miracle Grove.
When I first saw you back in Miracle Grove, I had almost kind of assumed that you were one of his, but then thinking about it, you being in the Saradominist order wouldn't have made much sense if that were true. I have reason to believe he may be Zemrak.
Would not be surprising. Zamarakians are not necessarily, in every circumstance, the great, eternal archenemy of Saradominism as some mainstream traditionalist would have you believe.
Yeah, try telling that to most of the Saradominists up there. But, well, it's just, while I was in his service, I learned a new language, and as it turns out, some of the people up here in Thornbury believe it to be a language only spoken by ancient Zamarakians.
Kind of pauses for a second and then he asks,
Sumbrel?
That's the one. How'd you know?
Well, this is what I do. I may be a warrior, but I am a scholar and a theologian first.
Oh, you too, huh? Did I ever tell you I have a degree in religious history?
there's no response to that.
Anyway, I just guess I was surprised. To be honest, a lot of Saradominists don't know much of anything about Zamarakians, and the same the other way around. It almost seems like the Thixians are the only ones who bother to learn about the others. I'm glad to see that's not always true.
It is an unfortunate truism that dogma in the modern Saradominist Church can enforce a blind loyalty to mortal heads, to mortal mouthpieces for the Church, rather than to the true will of Saradomin. It is the dangers of this sort of an outlook that spurred the creation of my order.
Oh, just one other thing. Have you been inside all of the hidden rooms on down through here, down to the catacombs?
I doubt that I've had access to every single one of them. I've There have been certain places where I've placed greater focus.
Have you been in the one? Where was the one with the black and with the blue crystal and that? That was on the level above
Oh yeah.
that one. Yeah. Have you been in that
See.
room?
Yes. The laboratory. I've seen it.
I was just curious. Some of my companions seem to believe that the anti-magic field may be coming from there. I was just wondering if maybe you had any insight into that.
I cannot be certain, but that would be my first guess as well.
Interesting. Do you think it's the crystal or the stone?
I think that it works together as one whole, and with it, broken as it is, that it will not soon be repaired.
Well, I just wanted to make sure. Anyway, I'll leave you alone. I don't want to take up too much time.
And he gives another half nod to you as you turn around, head back up the steps. So, as you guys kind of settle in, does anything else happen this night?
I don't think so.
I have one thing I want to do.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Okay. I want to, kind of sneak over to Notrix.
Okay, Notrix is just laying down, just looking at the ceiling, I think.
Hey, Notrix.
Yes?
Hey, man. Are you feeling uneasy about this whole there's a bramble in the basement thing too?
I don't know. I think,
No?
well, Mr. Mudd has shown that he is capable of incapacitating it at the very least.
Yeah, but remember how big that thing in the Prime was? What if it grows to be that large? Like, what if it gets really big, then it escapes, then I don't know, what if it grows so big that it eats Exile's watch or something? Or what if it got bigger and it got so big that it ate Barak or something? Or worse, what if it learns to swim?
I think he might be overthinking it if you think it's going to go eat Barak.
Cause what am I saying? Oh, it already knows how to swim. It can reach Haranu, man. It can eat Joni.
I don't think this plant is going to target specific people that you know, Don.
You don't think so?
It's not.
I don't know.
God, it's not going to
What if
search
it
out
remembers
Joni
that
specifically.
we tried to attack it? Okay, maybe not. But I'm just saying, what if this thing escapes? I don't know. I don't like the idea.
But
Like,
it
it's one
would-
thing if it's contained within with the Mind Slayers. I don't even trust them with it, right? But
Right.
I don't know, man.
It is not a good thing. I do agree that such a mobile specimen is here. Although that begs the question of how many more of these more mobile ones there are. The only other one we'd seen that could move was the Prime. But this,
Yeah, and apparently someone gave it to him, so there's some kind of like a bramble dealer. Like some asshole is selling it off for money.
we don't know that.
I don't know.
The Mr. Mudd seems like the kind of person who has a lot of connections. I don't know specifically how he would have gotten his hands on one, but I mean,
Do you know any people within Exile's Watch that would have wanted to give it to him or?
the brambles were not advertised a lot, really.
They're not, right? Yeah, which is why.
Or specifically
I
their
think
creation, I guess.
It's so weird.
Well, the brambles themselves were, but not the creation. Look, it would be a bad thing if it escaped, but this is probably not the only one. If you think about it, there's probably more of these things already out there. Because we've seen two, so logically, the circumstance you're afraid of has already come to pass. I'm guessing there's probably mobile brambles out there somewhere.
So there's more. Oh man. I'm just
we
saying.
were spreading these
what
everywhere.
If, I don't know, man.
That's the point of them.
But
They're meant to go everywhere.
There's thousands of them. Thousands of
Most of them
bodies
don't
and shit.
move. most of them don't have access to a catacomb of corpses, that is true. But look, if it escapes from this, it's going to be out in a glacier. Well, first it's got to melt itself out of the glacier. It's not going to fit up through that hole, tiny hole. Then it's going to be, well, in the middle of nowhere, Don. There's nothing nearby here. It could run in any direction
but
and
the
go
thing about,
for someone else.
Then it'll unthaw every, like, I don't know, animal that died out here, and then it'll eat the animals, and then it'll get. I don't know. I'm not feeling good about this. The more I try to sleep, the more worse it gets in my head.
We did try to kill it, and we failed. So, even if there is a problem, I'm not sure we can do anything about it. And Mr. Mudd certainly wouldn't want to kill it at this point. Maybe if we're really lucky
Alright.
in helping him, but I'm not certain we're going to make much progress despite our offers.
So you think if we find an egg, Mr. Mudd will suddenly become, uninterested in the bramble?
No, I suspect if we have to find a lot of eggs to make him completely want to stop working here.
Alright, then that's my goal. We're gonna find so many eggs tomorrow, you got no idea. It's gonna be like a chicken came out here.
That's your chicken? Well, okay.
Yeah, with the eggs. Yeah.
Yeah,
They lay
fair
eggs,
enough.
I think.
But
Yeah,
just
right.
Don't get your hopes up. Mr. Mudd, his quest is not the most. It's not the most.
Logical, I guess.
No,
Is that what you're trying to say?
It might not
Like,
have the best chance of success
probably.
to begin with, and the fact that he doesn't know for sure that there actually are any eggs here, and then on top of that we need to find them tomorrow. So that series of events, don't get your hopes up too much. We're going to help. We're going to get ice elementals, and I believe they can burrow through the ice with greater effectiveness. I need to double check that, but yeah, and then
All
I'll
right.
go out and search these ruins, I guess, or this village that he believes is out here. They might find something, a location perhaps, to go towards.
All right. Yeah, I mean I'm not getting a lot of confidence, but okay. Yeah.
And
Tomorrow,
if the
you got
plate
your
escapes,
ice
I'm sure
elementals. I got my spite.
if the plate escapes, the Mind Slayers might kill it. If it got out of hand, they probably don't want it running around.
True.
Maybe.
Okay.
Actually, I'm less hopeful
but
and more
maybe-
about that. But never mind.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
In general, we can't do anything
I'm just
about
gonna-
it, and a lot of your fears are overblown. Yes, it would be bad if this was running around the countryside, but very few people live here anyway. There's already so much danger that one more monster out here doesn't change a lot, if you think about it.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let you sleep.
Yeah.
I'm just
I
gonna.
don't think either of us.
sit
I
here.
don't think either of us actually sleep good.
You don't sleep either.
No, I've been staying up with you. Remember, helping you with stuff.
I thought you were trying to be nice. I know, like, you didn't actually need the sleep.
Yeah, it's a new experience. It's actually very useful when you think about it. We waste so much of our time sleeping. You can be twice as productive if you don't need to sleep.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah, so
Maybe I shouldn't just
we
stare
are the
at a
most
wall
productive
whenever
people in the
you
party
guys
when you
are
think about it. We have so many hours a day.
Hey, I'm into that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No sleep party.
Alright. Well, hey, what should we do tonight?
I don't actually know. I don't know, this one. You want to look at your pearl again, I guess?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I've been staring at it every night so far. But, yeah, maybe something new will happen.
That's a problem, I guess, with not sleeping. If you don't have something to do, you just sit here bored.
Why is being productive so hard, man?
And we should probably buy a book, some books or something, so we at least have something to read.
Yeah, really.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess. Oh no,
we've
yeah,
been
just-
talking long enough.
Yeah. So,
Sorry.
yeah. Dawn and Notrix spend this whole night being extremely productive. Who knows how? Finally, the next morning comes. You're woken by actually the smell of coffee. Not very real coffee, but it's Flash pulling the same trick. He taking cups of hot water and sort of prestidigitating them into a decent coffee simulacrum. Margie makes you guys breakfast, and eventually, as per what you have said, what you discussed, as it gets later into morning, you find yourselves out there on the ice with Mr. Mudd.
Okay. So,
I'd imagine Alcana's wearing her somewhat tattered cloak more like a scarf out here.
Yes, you can feel kind of that glacial ice crunching beneath your feet. You pull your cloaks around you as you can feel a bit of that icy wind buffeting you, though it's not terribly strong at this point. You've definitely seen it a lot stronger at other times. You can see a bit of the herringbone fractures around the sides of the tower, but most of it around here, aside from where it goes up into the slopes not far away, and a distance from that ice ramp that Flash has made, is just this flat, featureless landscape. And you also, what you take note of is that even though it's mid morning, it's still fairly dark out.
must be the so far north.
So,
Also, I guess I'll explain my plan out of character, sort of. So, Ron, elementals, the air ones, the water ones, the earth ones, probably even the fire ones, they all have the ability to move through the element they're made of, I believe. Now, the ice one doesn't say it can do that, but I'm wondering, do you think it's logical that it can do that?
I think that's only a thing of earth elementals, I believe.
Okay.
Though, I don't know. You know what? I like the plan, so I'll go ahead and rule that your what are you thinking of? The ice fiends?
Yeah, so the ice method that we call ice fiends.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking
Ice fiend is a
logically
nice method.
that a bunch of minor ice elementals will have some success in manipulating all this ice. That's basically my logic. I don't think it's too.
Yeah, sure. I'll allow that. I'll say that it would probably be a bit slow going for them, but that they can eventually move through the ice.
Yeah. So let's see. So they have a challenge of a half. So I guess stepping out onto this barren ice plain, Notrix, I guess raises his hand and chants for a minute because it's a minute long spell, and I want to summon
Ooh.
4 ice fiends. And
All right. 4 ice fiends, and how long do they last?
just an hour. So we'll see how they go. And I guess
All
I'd
right,
like to direct
you
them to
summon
try
4 of
and-
these ice fiends.
Try and either go downwards or dig downwards. Try and make their way into the glacier and get to the floor and scout. I guess. Tell us, can they see this village? Can they see? Well, I don't know. They'll be able to see an egg line there, but do they say?
So, Nautrix is doing this. Are any of the rest of you guys doing anything to sort of assist in this project?
So are they kind of leaving like what boreholes? Like when they dig on in, or
I think how I'm going to rule it, since it's not actually technically an ability of theirs, that what they do is sort of almost kind of phase into the ice. Like the ice looks disturbed, but it's not like a full on borehole. It's not something that Dawn could fly in after.
right? Okay.
I actually have a bit of an idea.
Yeah.
Though it does have a bit of a limited usage. After the Ice Fiends sort of create the thing, could Alcana then focus Shatter within it to then sort of make a more proper borehole?
Sure, I like that.
So yeah, let's do that. I mean, Alcana can do it 4 times and then, oh yeah, she gets back those spell slots on a short rest, so that actually could be a surprisingly productive method.
So, you watch as Nautrix, you raise your hand, you summon these 4 ice fiends, kind of ephemeral bits of cold and snow and like ice crystals floating in the earth, in the air, through which you can faintly see occasionally the uh, impressions of horns, of small glowing eyes, as they all kind of twirl around themselves, almost forming this helix pattern with these back trails of frost behind them. They start boring through the ice, not really leaving a hole, but leaving 4 spots where it's clearly disturbed, and start stretching down, making slow progress. But finally, when you're can't see them anymore, not sure where they are, Alcana, you approach and try to center Shatter on a point farther down in the ice. What is what is the range on Shatter?
Let's see. 60 feet.
All right, and it's a 10-foot radius sphere. So are you focusing it down 10 feet?
That'd be the idea.
All right, so a couple minutes after these ice fiends have disappeared, Alcana, you concentrate, sort of hold up your your candlestick?
Candlestick. The candlestick, yeah.
All right, and just to see how well this does, why don't you go ahead and make a charisma check for me? And you all just hear this boom, and this sharp crack immediately behind it, and you can immediately see as these blue fractures spread through the cloudy white surface of the ice. You all kind of step back, and a second later, there's a as this burst. It looks like a glacier, not a glacier, a geyser suddenly erupting as shards of ice burst forth. And as you kind of shield your faces for a second to not be hit by the shrapnel, you look and you can all see this essentially 20-foot deep hole right there, with kind of the trails of the ice fiends acting as a guide for it.
Hey,
Well,
right.
this seems to be working decently well, although I'll definitely need some breaks to actually keep this going.
Yes, good job. Any progress is good progress, as many times as you can manage.
I got an idea too for when you're done.
4 at first, and then if I calculate correctly, twice for every chance I have an hour to take a break after that.
Let's see. And Don, does your plan involve fire?
That's like my plan B. My plan A is I had this spell that could destroy water, and snow is water.
I'm not certain the spell works like that, but we'll see.
See.
Just be aware anytime we use fire, we're going to have to deal with the water. And perhaps potentially quite a lot of it, so we should be careful.
Alright. But yeah, Don's gonna wait for Alcana to go first.
Yeah, so Alcana, you continue working on this hole with sort of the ice fiends assisting you, and you're not able to dig out quite 20 feet at a time as it goes on. The forces of the explosions are not quite enough to remove all the ice from the hole. So, as you get through these 4 spells, as you come to kind of the end of this period that the ice fiends have burrowed through as best they can, you manage to dig the hole out maybe another 30 feet with the rest of your with all of these 4 spell slots. At this point, it's been maybe about an hour, or maybe just under an hour. Notrix, what is your plan for these ice fiends?
Let's see. Well, I guess I was hoping they'd go down and have a look and come back and what languages do they speak? They speak some languages. And go up, and with comprehend languages, we could ask them or get a report from them about what they saw down there or what they sensed, I guess, because I don't know if they see more.
All right. I'm gonna roll one perception check for all of them. I'm gonna make it a straight roll because I think each of them individually would probably have a disadvantage pouring through all of this ice. But let me go ahead. Yeah. Eventually, they all kind of come back up right towards you. They all surface back onto the top of the glacier.
Good, they're back. Oh wait, Arcana, do you still have enough energy for comprehend languages? You should check that first. Arcana? Are you frozen?
I'm here. Sorry, what did I miss?
I was just asking, do you have the spell slots for comprehend languages still?
I do, in fact, have the spell slots for comprehend languages still, and actually, I can bypass the need for that altogether by just speaking into their minds with telepathy, since Awakened Mind doesn't really need to have the specific language, they just need to know a language.
Okay. Yeah, Notrix just gestures to Arcana. Can you ask these guys what they saw? I don't think I can communicate with them myself.
Sure, and so yeah, she telepathically asks the ice fiends what's going on.
All right, you ask them that, and you don't really get exactly something that feels like language back, but you get the impression they did spot sort of ruins, fractured stone huts, buildings, most of them not particularly impressive structures, most of them no more than a story high, and a lot of them seemingly completely ruined by the weight of all this ice upon them. So indeed, they caught sight of the ruins of buildings far beneath the ice, but seems like they did not see anything like an egg or anything to indicate clues towards a particularly important site. Just more that the ruins are there.
Well, that's a start, I guess, and she would kind of report all of that.
Yes, and I guess Notrix turned to Mr. Mudd and said, well, you're right about there being stuff outside the tower, at the very least.
Do you think these eggs would be somewhere around there? Like, around the village?
If they were anywhere, I'd suspect that they would be in the home, since that's what you would make a nest, put eggs in, right?
Kind of gives a glance back towards the main body of the Anapodostrophe, and you've made a bit of distance between there. He speaks.
I suspect they would have had to have been preserved somehow. If they are here, they'll be of some place of perhaps not prominence, but at least guardianship.
Well, perhaps if we manage to dig our way to the actual ground, we might be able to, well, get a better idea of what's happening.
Well, I think I can help with that. Basically, okay, so outside character, Don can use create or destroy water. And I did the Miffy math, and I think you can destroy. Is it So 10. You can destroy 10 gallons of water. So is that like? If I were to like space it properly to be a tunnel that you kind of have to like crouch in a little bit. Can I admit? Damn it! Because I thought it originally said that I could destroy 30 feet of water, and then I did the Miffy math, and I was like, okay, so if I use all 4 of my spell slots, I could get rid of 120 feet of snow. Damn it!
No, yeah, that's 30-foot cube of fog. Let's see, 10 gallons. I'll say that for a tunnel that Dawn could fit through, each gallon gives you about a foot.
Oh jeez. It's like it's so useless. Don's so mad. Okay. Okay, Don looks at Natrix and says, okay, I know we have to deal with the water, but I got flaming spear. We could always carve our own path.
If we can try, I suppose. I'm also doing some Miffy math. Yeah.
I just got an idea that might be somewhat bullshitty, but it could potentially be something.
Okay.
Truth lets me cast Word of Radiance, which is an evocation cantrip, and lets me pick the damage type as either Radiant, Lightning, and, may I note this, Fire. And it's something I can do indefinitely. Could this help me at all in this circumstance?
So that essentially it creates like a radiant aura within 5 feet of you, right? That kind of a thing?
Yeah, let me go get the description. Yeah,
Burning
you ordered
radiance
to find...
erupts from you.
I know it's specifically targeting creatures, but I'm trying to... I know I'm stretching it a bit here, but I figured I might as well try because the worst you can do is say no.
Yeah, that's creative, and I'll be honest, the reason that I put that on the as a feature for Truth was because I kind of pictured the Ziliana attack where she kind of creates that ring of fire around her.
Oh yeah.
So, you know what? I'll say that that does work. That it probably is not going to create a ton, but
It's something that she can do while Shatter is still on cooldown.
yeah. Though, if you're waiting for your warlock spells to come back, that means that you're not casting cantrips. That means that you're not, that means that you're taking an hour of rest between them, though.
Oh, that's fair. Well, in any case, it's something that she can do indefinitely as opposed to having to wait around for it. And I'm thinking that, yeah, this would eventually occur to her, and then she's just like looking at Truth and is just like, I don't use this a whole ton, but let's try this. And she would probably hold the blade out in the direction of the ice and then proclaim, Fortia! And there's perhaps like a slight flash of the blade, and then, yeah, a bit of eruption of fiery radiance within 5 feet of her.
All right. So, you guys continue at this as the time goes by, and Okana, you do indeed make a test run with Word of Radiance as fire erupts around you. And as it dissipates, kind of focusing in on one area, you look around and you do indeed see that you are standing in a circle of ice on the surface of the glacier that's a couple inches below the surface level of the rest of the glacial ice around it.
So as she walks forward, does she like basically make a little tunnel for us?
You get the sense that if you're going to do it this way, it's going to be very, very slow going. Probably not going to get you down there by the end of the day, but these are the options available to you.
Can I
But-
help her out? by
Let's try the
rubbing
flaming
a
spear then.
flaming. Yeah, can I rub a flaming spear against the wall?
Don, you're casting fear.
Yeah, flaming spear.
And what are you doing with the flaming sphere?
Basically, I'm just like keeping it against the wall. As like Alcana moves forward, and he's like trying to like melt the ice like kind of um strategically.
I think I don't understand what the wall is.
The wall of
The
ice.
ground. The
Yeah,
ground.
or the ground.
Well,
Oh,
we're
are
standing
we
on
like on top of the grade?
Yeah,
It's,
melting through
it's
the
into the
ground.
floor.
Hmm.
Well,
I
this is
see, I
a
see.
5-foot flaming sphere. So that's a pretty big ball of fire. So
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, yeah.
yeah, which burns up to 5 feet away from it. Like you just gradually
So-
lower it down and carve through the ice.
So you're lowering your flaming sphere down through the ice in that hole that Alcana has already made
Yes.
with her shatters. All right, and Alcana, right now, are you resting to get your shatters back?
Yeah, because it's just like, it was a neat idea, but I don't think that's ultimately going to be more effective.
Yeah. So, yeah, as I said, it's been about an hour that you guys have been working on this. By this time, the ice fiends have already dissipated. Dawn, you create this ball of fire, and you see Mr. Munn in the background give a slight appreciative nod as this ball just descends down, and through all the spare bits of loose ice shards down at the bottom of this pit, they start to melt as this fireball approaches them. And down through, you can see bits of glacial ice starting to melt. Not too terribly quickly, but as they melt and then start to boil around this magical ball of flame. Go ahead and make a wisdom check for me, Dawn, since that's your spell ability.
Okay. Woo.
And you see as this ball of flame just more of this bubbling water all around you. Eventually, all you can see is this glow in the water that now is starting to fill the bottom of this chamber. Before, after another minute, that light below finally winks out. But you can see the steam rising as the bottom of this. You're not sure exactly how deep it got, but it seemed to cut a bit more of a channel into the ice below.
And is the hole currently filled with water, or
Like at the bottom of it, there is this steaming water. Like
okay.
you've got about you've got like pretty much a 50-foot deep 10-foot wide hole created by all of the shatters and the ice methods. And then the bottom of it is filled with water. At this point, it's getting into midday, and you're finally seeing light in the sky.
Well done, I guess.
All right, that's- yeah.
That was very effective. So perhaps we should do more of that. We'll get down
Heck yeah.
there though.
Yeah, we've been actually making fairly good progress with this.
Yes. Let's get out some ropes, I suppose, and well, is there any good way to attach a rope? I assume we have something. Yeah, we get out
Probably have some
part of
type
our,
of
our climbing
yeah.
tools and hammering a rope, I guess.
Yeah. I'd say that ice, that's kind of like the ideal thing to hammer the python into. And so I won't make you make a check for that.
Yeah. Well, I guess the shatter would be larger than the hole the shatter made would be larger than the hole the flaming spear made. So I guess is there a ledge down the bottom we can go and stand on where the water is? Maybe.
Not really. It seems like the like that flaming sphere kind of melted some of the ice as it first hit the bottom. Like there was some just stray ice that hadn't been fully blasted out of the hole with the force of the shatter that melted around it. maybe there's a ledge that you can't see, but as far as you can tell, 10-foot wide hole that at the bottom is water.
Oh, I have an idea. How about Don like flies down there and he uses creator destroy water to make a ledge? Like to kind of carve like a bit of a ledge into the wall for at least like a few people to stand on, you know?
Yeah, is that what Dawn is doing right now?
Yeah.
So, Dawn,
I don't know.
I'd say you'd probably have to. You
Use a
couldn't
few
cast
times?
this at first level to make a ledge big enough for people to stand on. I'd say you'd have to do it at least second level.
Okay, this is gonna sound dumb, but can I do it at third level so that I can use more level 2 spell slots?
Wait.
Sure, you can do it at third level.
Remember, you can cast. Oh, never mind. Actually, the mass.
Oh, I
never
can't.
mind.
Wait, I
Or you
can't.
can cast it 3
Wait,
times at first level. Any way you want to do it.
Okay, actually, you know what? I'm gonna use a level 2 spell slot. Okay.
All right.
All right, and then yeah, I'll use a level 2 spell slot, and then I will cast any other flaming spears at level 3. There we go. That's a better compromise. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but here I am.
Well, it does make a difference whether you use a level 2 spell slot or a level 3 spell slot for Creator Destroy Water.
Yeah.
But you are doing it at level 2.
And we get a. Oh wait, if I do it at level 3, more people can come down, huh?
I guess. Technically, if you made a small ledge, people could come down and then dig it themselves. Because we don't exclusively have to use magic on ice. We
guess.
can break ice with tools.
Yeah, I'll use that at level 2. We're good.
All right, so you kind of center on the sides of this pit, and you watch as some of the ice just dissipates, and you see there is a small ledge big enough that 2 medium-sized creatures could just barely stand on it, could, place their feet on it comfortably. Not a place you could really sit down, have a rest, but enough that they can stand there at least.
Maybe we could have Natrix and Elkana come down there. Because we're the diggers. We dig.
Okay. Well, sure. And John, how about you test the temperature of that water? I don't know. Actually, Arcana should rest up here. She can come down when she's rested.
Yeah, so I'll join you once I feel I've got some juice back.
Oh, true. Alright.
Loki
you
or
know
Nia, do either of you feel confident in carving a bit of ice?
I don't really have much that would be helpful. I have 1 fire spell, but I can only cast it once.
Well, what about the strength of your own body? I mean, not to be
Yeah, we don't
I-
really gotta use the spell. We just gotta
not
carve
to
it
be
out.
not to be racist again, but this is a bit like mining, I guess, isn't it?
I suppose.
That's
I-
a little
I-
right.
I'm not particularly well versed at that, if I'm being honest.
I suppose.
Physical activity hasn't been my strong suit. I think I'm pretty average.
Just because he's a dwarf, man? Jeez.
If I could just stand on that ledge down there and knock a bit out and make it bigger, so more people could come down. I guess.
Fine.
I'm just saying.
So, Loki, as you hand over hand with this climbing harness on you, descend down to the ledge to engage in token dwarfism. Let's go ahead and step away from here and take a quick break. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say that the rest of this thing is let's just make a group skill challenge to get through the rest of this day, this excavation, just trying to get to that ruined village underneath and find something that will give you a clue as to where, if any, eggs might be. The DC for this is a little bit high, but for spellcasters here, by using more of your spell slots, the DC may get a bit lower for you guys. So I'll just go down the line. Notrix, what are you focusing on the rest of the day to carry out this excavation?
Ooh, okay. I suppose I will be helping Don. We might both be using the flaming spheres, and gradually getting deeper into the ice, if that is
Yeah,
feasible.
I'd say we were like collabing, you know? So, I'm trying to think. Maybe that's like trying to think.
So, Notrix, are you using more of your spell slots?
Yeah, I'll
I will.
definitely be using spell slots. Do I have to specify how many?
Yeah.
I use like 3 level 2 spell slots, maybe 1 level 3, I guess. No, I could go at
Yeah,
4
all
if
right.
necessary.
Yeah, okay. So go ahead then and make a. I think with you kind of trying to guide what Dawn is doing as well, I'd say this sounds like more of a perception check to me.
Oh, I love the perception
Yeah,
check.
that sounds.
Yeah,
Hey!
you feel like you've contributed an awful lot to this group as you sort of take the lead on this project, helping guide Dawn where to do things, even managing to get some of the water out, not have it completely flood what you are doing. Next down the line, Logi, what are you doing for the rest of the day to assist in this project?
Well, I was just hoisted down to mine, I guess. I I would just like to comment I don't actually have a pickaxe or any tools like that, but I guess I do have a bayonet. Oh well, actually, I do have a mace as well. So,
Yeah.
oh,
There
I
you
have a
go.
mace and I have a knife. So I think I'll use the knife as a sort of chisel, and like the mace to like sort of help me chip away at the ice.
Yeah,
Maybe.
so you're kind of working
Uh,
on doing scaffolding for everyone else.
Perfect.
sure,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I'll say uh make an athletics or a sleight of hand check. So,
Oh wow.
yeah, while Notrix is kind of leading the charge, Logi spends most of this time kind of impotently chiseling on the same piece of grayish ice deep in the glacier and not making a ton of progress, but also not being super proactive in getting the rest of the group on track. Uh, Nia, what, if anything, are you doing to assist in this endeavor?
Not really sure there's much I can do.
Punch the ice.
But yeah, that probably wouldn't work.
Yeah.
I punch things and I stab things. And I know things and I see things. That doesn't really help getting through ice. Although,
I mean, there's also, you know that there are ruins down there.
so
Maybe.
I have this mace that's made out of some kind of stone, right? And
Right.
now that we're out of the anti-magic field, it kind of looks more magic-y. I
Yeah,
assume.
as you kind of twirl it around, it seems almost there's a certain lightness to it that it didn't have before when you gave it an experimental swing in the tower.
Maybe? Yeah, pray for Maze of Anti-Ice. There you go. No, maybe I could try to be a bit more successful in what Logi's trying to do, but I don't want to, like, I can't just, like, repeat exactly the same thing. But that's a good idea and something I could do well at.
Well, if you both are just on scaffolding duty, yeah.
I guess?
Well, since Logi made an athletics check, I'll say that you can make a sleight of hand check to see if you can, use the mace with a knife to also help make out some scaffolding for the rest of the folks.
Oops, why was that to GM?
Yeah, but it was a 20, so you feel, even as Logi mostly stays in the same place, you see Nia having a pretty easy time of coming down the rope and kind of easing herself against the side of the wall, makes more kind of footholds for the rest of you to stand on to feel a little bit more confident. For the rest of you, I guess, is mainly meaning Notrix and Alcana. But yeah, you feel like you've done a good job with that, Nia. Next, Alcana. So what are you doing to assist in this project?
Well, I figured if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The whole business with Shatters seemed to be working decently well, although I think she might try and refine it and not necessarily, like, use only it to dig, but rather sort of try to figure out from her knowledge, growing knowledge of the arcane, the best places to use it to have the most impact. In other words, Arcana.
All right, I'll allow that, sure. So you're kind of doing that same thing, resting for an hour, casting Shatter?
Yes, but sort of identifying the most opportune spots to use it to make the most impact.
Okay, make an Arcana check for me. Oh, very nice. Yeah, and Alcana, you feel like you are doing a pretty decent job as you take each of your rests. You really use that opportunity to kind of just scout out the rest of the tunnel as it keeps getting lower and lower, and kind of getting further in as Nia keeps chipping away these new footholds for you. Last, we come to Dawn. Dawn, what do you do to assist in this?
Don, essentially, I think he's using just all of his spell slots to, help Natrix with, making a lot of,
Wow.
fire, like, flaming speeds. There we go.
Just all of his spell slots?
Yeah, just all of it. Screw it. We'll be fine.
All right.
Sun just
All
explodes in
right.
fire.
Dawn, what kind of check do you think this is, Dawn?
Sleight of hand?
No, it's not sleight of hand.
Wisdom?
Yeah, I'll say if you want to make it an insight or a survival check, you can.
Oh, okay. That's better. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, so Dawn Dawn and Notrix clearly take the lead. The day comes and ends only a few hours after that, when it's still afternoon. You manage to kind of make this flaming spheres, sort of use it a little bit more judiciously to kind of evaporate out the water as it comes up. And eventually with essentially everyone but Logi making headway on this, finally you see down this 10-foot shaft as it goes down you manage to excavate about 150 feet so you can actually then see dark, solid rock. As you come down to the bottom, you can see traces of these buildings kind of just sticking out of the ice on the sides, even though it's kind of the water, still lukewarm from the force of the flaming sphere used to excavate it, is ankle deep here. But you spot this twisted sign, this twisted metal pole buried under the ice that you put together must have been a street sign. And you see that there are places indicating different spots in what this town must have once been. And you see a sign that seems to indicate a bank, a sign on it that seems to, well, point back to the Anapodostropieros itself, one that seems to indicate the farmer's petitionary, and one that seems to indicate a krish.
Krish?
Actually, I'm not sure if that's the correct pronunciation.
Great.
Preach.
Krish, eh? Oh, a Krish, eh? Google. Google, help me out there.
Crash.
Ah. Hmm.
However, by the time that you've made your way all the way down into this pit, it's already dark out, and you all are feeling sort of the day catching up with you.
Well, we managed to do quite some work here, didn't we?
We did, indeed.
Yeah. And hey,
Oh, it would be pretty cool if we could help revive what was thought to be a extinct race of peoples. That's really cool, now that I think about it.
Oh, if one egg apparently can survive, I suppose others can.
I mean, just imagine that. It's just history living because of you. That's pretty neat.
Although it would be a while before they grew up, I suppose.
Well, of course.
There might be all sorts of problems.
Things are rarely resolved with one big, heroic push. That's usually only how you get things started. You need a little bit more endurance to carry things through.
a lot of digging.
Yep, you have to be willing to do the thankless work as well as the glamorous work.
Well, hey, I think Mr. Mud's gonna thank us plenty.
So you finally ascend your way back up the ropes to Mud, who has been kind of hammering the pythons, moving them, feeding you ropes this whole time.
Hey, I think we found something.
Well, we reached the ground at the very least.
And there was some kind of a street sign.
And cleaning one for a creche.
Now that is quite a clue. You could tell what direction it seemed to be indicating.
Did the sign have like an arrow on it?
It was like a metal pole. It was twisted, but I think, especially with the rolls you guys had, you could put together the direction it was originally pointing.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, it was a bit messed up, but it's serviceable.
Gives half a nod.
It'll be some time before we can remove all of this, but just to know where to start. That is a tremendous leap forward in this project. I admit my motivations there are somewhat selfish. I've been entrusted. You might say it's the reason I was born, to revive the Anapodostrophe. But I hope that one day I may revive it with more of those of my kind.
No, that's perfectly understandable. Noble, even.
Look, all of you look like you were nearly frostbitten. Come on, let us get back to the observatory.
Very well, then.
Then we could
Sure,
plan on.
Flash Winters has some other kind of concoction cooked up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, begin following him. He kind of not turning back, but says,
You've done much for me this day, and I apologize for being so brusque when I first encountered you in the catacombs. You understand, I have been raised in a culture of both discretion and of elevated personal security.
No, I understand that too.
But it takes individuals of uncommon character to stop here, even in this wasteland. Take a full day, expelling their own strengths for, well, for a project that does not truly concern any of you. And I thank
Well-
you, but I could not impose on you to continue in this effort. This does far more than I could have done in weeks of searching on my own.
Well, we're happy to be of help.
Yes.
And you know,
What is
I feel-
one day compared to the chance at reviving a whole race? Could be a greater. Well, it could potentially be a great restoration to the balance of the world if such an event were to occur.
yeah, when we're all rested up, let us help you tomorrow, cause like, what's one more day, right? And then maybe we could toss out that nasty plant downstairs.
Don, I don't think it's going to quite work like that. I'm more interested in seeing if we couldn't potentially. Well, if we found out more of the dangers in the tunnel that's heading to the north, I'm wondering if we couldn't use it as a shortcut. I mean, it's certainly not the only first time we've dealt with, well, creatures that sound as nasty as that.
Yes.
With it.
I was thinking the same, Arcana. The only problem would be we don't know if the exit is still there. We could be trapped far underground with no way up.
And the exit, well, the location it leads to might be not where we want to go. Might bypass the ziggurat, for example.
I do have a way to divine if the path itself is safe, but I don't think I can use my magic to predict far enough ahead to know if the exit is there.
Mr. Mudd, could you mark? Do you not know enough about these places to mark their locations vaguely on a map, or are they too lost?
kind of considers, and he says,
I have some idea. I've never visited either myself. I'd need your assistance if you have any more experience of the landscape.
We've been making a pretty decent. Well, this little one, and he says, pointing to Dawn, has been doing a pretty decent job mapping out the places we've been so far.
Ah, shucks. I took an art class.
so he kind of stops and says,
Quickly, before we reach the tower.
and Dawn, you pull out your map, kind of lay it out on the ice. Maybe you just put down a tattered bit of cloth underneath it. And Mud looks on it with you and starts trying to work with you to understand where these places might be. So, Dawn, go ahead and you can roll Since you're really trying to understand him, I'm going to say, Don, roll an insight check.
All right. Cool. Yeah.
And, well, yeah, I was going to say that's with a +1 because of your what's it. So, you work with him and kind of putting together what you've heard about other places, what you've learned. You think you know where these places are. That Tisalpiras is somewhere on the northern coast.
Okay.
Right
I
up
see that.
here. And Styles is somewhere further to the south and to the east, nestled in a mountainous area. Right?
Oh, I see.
Over here.
That's a distance.
Can I get the spellings of these, by the way?
Sure.
Go. Okay. I see. Alright, I think Don would draw those little temples there, and he would say to everyone, "Hey, the Tissel Pittis is kind of on the way. Well, not on the way, but you know, if we hit the ziggurat, then we could usually hit the Tissel Pittis next."
Interesting.
The only issue is that if we use the tunnels, we'll be going right past the ziggurat.
Don't necessarily know how they might have been decayed or otherwise over time.
I suppose if we somehow were able to know how far underground we were at the time, it wouldn't be too difficult to just teleport up.
True.
That is an interesting idea, but well, I guess the question is, would we rather face a sled ride and ice and cold and whatever else may come, or a dark cave full of who knows what, and going who knows where? Well, we know where, but we don't know the condition. Both have
Maybe
challenges.
we could sleep on that part and see how we're feeling about it in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, I think personally I'm more interested in I'm interested in doing the ziggurat. That is, after all, around the area where that madman was speaking about pillars and such. And well,
Yes.
there's other things about the ziggurat that might be interesting.
Okay, here's a super long shot, and also very dwarf racist of me. But in Logi's dwarven education, did he ever learn anything about like the structural how you determine the structural integrity of underground passageways, something like that?
So, what are you trying to figure out here?
What is the likelihood that a part of this passage has collapsed?
All right. Well, I think this falls under the stonework thing. So go ahead and roll a history check for me, Logie, and go ahead and add another +4.
Nice.
All right. So that's a total of 23. So thinking back to the sort of vaunted catacombs, they were very solidly constructed. It was not unlike the very heavy construction of the tower itself that was somehow able to withstand a full on glacier. Um, And you could tell that it was not just the force of mortar. You could tell that those large stones that were smoothly placed together to form these arches were actually scalloped on the edges so they fit together in a tension structure that the force of the stones pushing against themselves actually is the biggest part of the structural integrity. With how old this is, it would be hard to believe that at least some part of the cavern somewhere can't have had at least some sort of stress put on it. But if you had to bet on it, you'd think that most of these passages are probably still navigable.
Okay. Yeah, I guess he'd have. He tells everyone this and uses some sort of dwarven math to explain it.
So you did learn something in mining school.
That makes it sound somewhat more promising. Then again, the sleigh does go significantly faster on the ice, and we are not running out of ice anytime soon.
Well,
Yes, and there was possibly a lot of beasties down there. Although I suppose there might be beasties up here too, but we don't know that for certain.
Well, it's room for it, isn't it? There's going to be beasties everywhere, likely.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we're overthinking this.
Yes.
Let's go with
thinking
what we
about
already know.
Thinking about it, I think I would vote. I would vote for the sled ride, I think.
Yes, although it would be good if we find a better way to deal with the cold. Some of us were getting quite affected by it previously, but
At least now we've got the tiny hut, so at least,
true.
when we sleep, we'll be nice and warm.
Well, if we any animals we see, we might want to get from, or any source of warmth, might want to try and commandeer. That's for the future.
So, as you finally come to the tower, once again, you're greeted with the smell of food. This time it smells a little bit, if anything, a little bit more appetizing. It's a little bit more, just a little bit more savory. And as you come up and you see Margie there, of course, once more in front of the stove, and she turns around, she says, "Oh, hey there, hon. Oh, Ralphie and Flash, they went out today and they managed to find a couple of wolves on their own. And so we got some wolf meat, and I spent a big part of the afternoon just smoking it up here. And so we're going to have something real nice for you for tonight, okay?"
Oh, wow! Thank you very much. That's so hospitable.
Margie, can you come with us?
"Oh, I wish I could, hon, but I'm in charge of this chapter of the Ionic Brigade, don't you know? So I think they need me here. All of these folks, they're like my kids."
Yes, they'd be. I'm sure they would be lost without you, Margie.
Especially Raphael.
So she
We
sets
all
the
have our
places for
place
you.
and our particular roles to play.
Yeah.
She is just beaming at these compliments. So kind of sets the places for each of you. You have this another meal. It is the first time in quite some time that you've had meat that is not like flavorless, tough pemmican. So even the gaminess of it does not bother you. Though Fox, you see, who did not come with you today, says, kind of leans in low towards the rest of you. "So, are we going to be getting a move on in the morning?"
Yes, I believe we have managed to map out some more places, and we're decided that we're going to head out by the sleigh again.
"Sounds good to me. I believe it is best that we keep moving."
It's just good to take hospitality like this while you have it, but to not overstay our welcome.
Of course, of course.
Yes, and we were able to end a great aid to Mr. Mudd today. His task is far from over, probably.
Oh, well, that is fantastic. He's does not seem like the sort of person who is very quick to warm up to others.
No, he definitely is not. He's a bit cold-blooded almost, but he's nice. He seems nice enough if he trusts you.
Yeah. Flash seems to kind of half overhear this, and he says, "Oh, so no tricks. Not gonna have another one of these boarding lessons. Oh, I was looking forward to crushing some more of that tasty, tasty powder, but, well, maybe after you're done with whatever it is you're up to up here, you can come back and we can crush some gnarly slopes."
Yeah, that might be good. I don't know. Are you going to be near the White Wolf Mountains at any time? Could go down there to do some skiing.
A white wolf? Oh, yeah, yeah. You get up on the northern slopes, right? You're able to avoid most of the wolves because those wolves can get pretty gnarly, man. But if you manage to avoid those, oh, yeah, you can get some sweet air up there.
Nice. Well, maybe I'll get in contact with you at some point, and well, we'll organize a trip out there.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, you know, you always gotta hang loose, buddy.
Yeah, well, I try.
So, you guys enjoy another meal. Once more, uh, things start to wrap up here. Everyone, yeah, kind of retreating to their own corners. Want to ask, anything else happen tonight before you take your rest?
I was wondering if Notrix could try and go to the remains of the wolves and try and make their fur into some sort of coat as protection against the cold.
Smart.
I'll
don't
s- I'll let you make a roll for this, but it's not going to be super easy. So,
Fair enough.
you go over, and Raphael seems to be the one who, Raphael, Ralphie, depending on who you ask, the one who did most of the like skinning and butchering of these. And you see that he's kind of just washing up his knives now. He says, "What? You come to see these carcasses, the inevitability of mortality, one thing dying to feed another, circle of vicious life and death. Their lifeblood, putting what meager simulacrum of life we can grasp onto into our own veins."
Well, I suppose that, although I wouldn't put it so depressingly, I was wondering if perhaps the carcasses could be used as a way of warmth. They have fur after all, and perhaps they could be fashioned into some sort of overcoat. If done
You want to
properly.
drape yourself in the grim viscera of another formerly living beast, one thing whose light went out of its eyes. Now you wear it as a mark of its death, of its annihilation.
Well, I think leather armor is the most popular armor in the world, so I don't think this is out of the ordinary, to be honest. The cows, the wolves.
Cool. And he kind of just edges one of the carcasses towards you with the tip of his boot.
I guess not usually a little squeamish about it. It's just some big stuff. I guess. Thanks. And I guess not just repeating in his head that the practicality comes before any I guess feelings is the right word. I don't know.
Look, Notchix, if you're worried about something, I can't get sick from anything they might have.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure we can clean them well enough. It's just as yeah. Wolves are somewhat special to druids. I think. I'm not sure if that's canon, out of character, but maybe.
Yeah. So, yeah, looking down at it, you can see that actually, kind of a lot of the fur, the skin, has already been removed from it as part of Ralphie's butchering of it. But to get it into a condition that you'll be able to wear it is another story. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, make a sleight of hand check to see if you have the deftness to at least clean this up, kind of clamp bits of it together enough that you can make it a functional cloak that'll do something for you.
Okay. I do have carpenter's tools. I don't think that matters, but I just wanted to mention it.
I don't think that. No,
Can't,
this is not carpentry.
carpentry with wolfskin.
A wolf chair.
So, sleight of hand. Yeah. Please move. Hello?
Yeah, you get to work with it as best you can. Notrix kind of taking out, maybe using your saw or chisel from your carpentry tools to try to make it into some semblance of clothing. But at the end of about an hour of just working with bits of this, all you have is some gross dried blood under your fingernails and somewhat mangled wolf fur that you don't think is going to do much more than maybe look slightly intimidating.
Not just she's just sitting on the floor, just looking pretty dejected, just surrounded by a pretty messy scene. He just sighs.
So, anyone else do anything this evening? Doesn't sound like it.
Nope.
Can I just keep reading?
Sure, yeah. I forget what I had you roll the last time, so just roll something. Anything.
Well, it was insight the last time.
All right, you can roll insight or you can roll something else. Whatever you want.
Well, can I roll persuasion? Persuade the book to give me answers. That's probably not kosher.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I guess I'll roll investigation then. That at least makes sense.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, you this time taking more of an investigatory look towards the book, trying to piece together what it really means. You get further into it, and this time maybe you're not just reading the story on its own, but kind of more skimming it for things that really speak to you. And what the image that emerges is of a society that arises under Devaratus that is prosperous, that is forward thinking, that has a greater level of uh, technological sophistication, of magical and technical mastery than the current era, but also a society that's very, though it is very peaceful, there is a lot of there's an undertone of suppression to the whole thing. There is a focus on conformity and of sort of like you're guaranteed comfort, you're guaranteed a very uh, yeah, just kind of enjoyable lifestyle as long as you do not question it and as long as you do not act out of the ordinary. And there are cases in here, incidents being detailed of people being taken away, imprisoned, or just being disappeared. Sometimes for speaking out against the order, sometimes for just acting or speaking very differently from everyone else. And it seems to kind of skim over a lot of the ensuing centuries. There is one subplot that it spends a bit of time on is a sort of a war between Devaratus Empire and the consolidated elves who formed their own kingdom, but finally kind of come under his sway. But instead of absorbing them into the empire, giving them a modicum of independence in their own enclave, as has happened in the other places that have fallen to the Empire of Devaratus, they are all summarily destroyed. And it's interesting in the book, it notes they are not executed. It never says that, but it seems like there is just some kind of a dark flash and they are all gone. But eventually it comes into a place that, in the timeline, it seems like it would correspond to the modern era, where you start to have this growing group of, seems like mostly humans, kind of on the edges of the empire, who are growing more skepticism about Devaratus, but are also learning how to disguise it better. Several of them are developing these psionic abilities, and it seems to cover the formation of these individual groups kind of across the world, where these psionic talents are starting to develop on their own and are kept secret from the governors of this empire, and that those with this psionic brain power, this greater independence of thought, are also those who are better able to kind of resist and question Devaratus. It seems to focus on kind of 6 different enclaves where this is starting to coalesce. That's about as far as you get this evening.
Huh, okay. That is interesting. Very interesting. How would you, like, aside from the lore, how would you rate the writing quality of this book?
It's a little odd. The writing itself, it feels a little bit almost naive. It's not spectacularly written, but at the same time, there's something about it that is compelling. I mean, it's a page turner. It makes you want to keep reading. And it's almost difficult to consolidate exactly what it is that makes it so riveting, even while the writing is merely middling.
So what you're saying is that it's like this universe's equivalent of a Dan Brown novel.
Essentially,
That was
yeah.
actually what I was thinking about.
Yeah, exactly. I almost said 50 Shades of Grey, but that's a whole different set of baggage.
50 Shades of
That's a whole-
Devaratus.
No! No! This is not that kind of role-playing game.
Devaratus, ooh.
50 Shades of Narnia is a book we'll buy at some point.
Please make that canon.
It's somewhere. So, yeah, Logie, you kind of read yourself into a drifting off sleep. And finally, sleep comes to the rest of you as well. It's a comfortable evening. The Ionic Brigade, which you put together, probably mostly Margie, has made this space quite cozy. But eventually, morning comes, though not the light with it. You get yourselves outfitted, preparing to finally depart from the Anapodostrophe Hieros. You take your breakfast, and finally you feel that you have gotten all of your affairs in order.
I kind of course, summon Slana, because you need them to run the sled.
Before turning to a reindeer, I think Dom would just want to say one more thing to Mr. Mud.
Yeah, Mr. Mudd is there. In fact, all four of them, even a very reluctant, sulky looking Ralphie, are out here on the ice kind of seeing you off.
Is there a way to get Mr. Mud to the side, like for a little private convo?
Yeah, you can kind of come up to him and gesture to him to follow you.
Yeah. Alright, so when they're to the side away from everyone else, Don just he just kinda looks at Mr. Bud and says, "Hey, so I just really want you to promise me that you'll keep that thing under control downstairs."
Kind of gives you a long look through that featureless helmet, gives a slow nod.
Because, I mean, those things, I'll admit, I didn't tell you 100% how we know about them, but all you gotta know is they're really dangerous, and, you know, I get you really want to find these eggs, and I really hope that, you know, you could find them without having to use that thing, without having to make it bigger, but just promise me that you'll at least try to find a way.
Kind of through that grating, gives you a long, appraising look. And he says very low,
Maybe this surprises you. And I know exactly what they are. And I have a handle on it. Would not bring it here if I was not confident in that. But I'll keep it under control.
Okay. And last thing, can I ask who gave it to you? I know before you said you didn't want to tell, but
roll a persuasion check.
That is not for you to know. Though I do appreciate all that you've done.
that makes Don kind of wince a little and he sighs and says, Alright. Alright, stay safe, okay?
Gives you a nod.
And I'll fly back to the others.
Hey, fly up to the others where Margie is kind of coming up and giving everyone a big hug. And she says, "Oh, and it's not too much because we still got a bit of time for ourselves out here. But I made all of you a little care package, and it's got some cookies and a little bit more of that smoked wolf meat, and a few other just little knickknacks to help make things a little bit more comfortable as you go trudging out there across the ice."
Margie, you're a gem. Can we have your address so that we can keep in touch?
Oh, well, when we get back, I suspect we'll probably be going back to our headquarters in Varrock. It's actually a lovely place. Most of the year we'd run things as a restaurant, but let me go ahead and give you that address there. We'd love to have you. You can go ahead and come there and have a meal on us. She gives you her Varrock address.
Thank you.
And she
I
also
hope
gives
this
the...
won't be the last time we're meeting.
Oh, I'm sure it won't, hon. I'll look forward to the next time. Okie dokie?
I'll kind of nods.
But yeah, she has given you guys the equivalent of one travel dice roll or travel dice size.
Back up to full! Woohoo!
Wait, what happens if you're already at full, in case anyone is?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, full. That's as much as you can comfortably carry, as much gear.
So if anyone is
Yeah.
extra short, they can get it.
So, what's full? Is that a D10?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm full.
I love Margie. Can Dawn have
Margie,
like a
she's
nice
like our
long
adventuring mom.
Yeah, like when she hugs Dawn, can he like, just give a nice long hug.
What does
I'm
Dawn
not sure
hugging
what
look
an is, but sure, of course.
Just you know when your mom hugs you.
Yeah. She says, "Oh, you'll be safe out there, little one."
Thank you. Made him feel a little better.
So you look back, you see that Fox has summoned Paloma.
Well, thank you all of you. You've been very hospitable in this dark land.
Oh, don't mention it, hon. It's the least we could do.
I hope all of you that your mission is successful, and that you find everything you want to find.
Oh yeah, bro. We're gonna get right on that. You know, gotta be successful. If I'm not successful here, I won't be able to crush any more tasty slopes.
Well, I'm sure you'll be just fine.
So Fox kind of looks towards Notrix and Dawn and he says, "So, which one of you wants to do reindeer duty today?"
I could go first, I guess.
Yes, I suppose. If you're volunteering.
Yep. All right. And Dawn goes reindeer mode.
Yeah. Dawn, you go reindeer. You get yoked up alongside Aslana and Paloma. And with the sky still darkened, you are off back onto the glaciers across the ice. So, Notrix, you are the guide, but because it is still dark and you do not have dark vision, if you make a guide check now, it will be with disadvantage.
Okay. Would this spell help? It's probably not big enough actually. Not a big distance of life.
Well, it only lasts an hour. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you have anything that could give you dark vision?
I'll say them would have dark vision.
Dawn has it, but yeah, I was gonna ask, can he cast it as a rain? Can I spend a point of foresight to cast it on him before I turn into a reindeer?
Sure, I'd allow that.
I could spend my own foresight if really. You don't need to spend yours on
I
me.
got you.
Really?
I got you.
Okay. If you're offering then.
I got a lot of foresight. Yeah.
Sure.
There you go.
Yeah. So, Notrix, right before Dawn turned into a reindeer, he kind of gave you a little tap right there on the cheek, and you had dark vision for the next 8 hours.
Ooh,
Let's go ahead and, mark that off, Dawn.
We had the foresight to make sure we could see in the dark before slaying off into the dark. So, yeah, that's something I would character with order. Okay, so just a guide check, I guess, then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going one.
Oh, very nice. All right. Let me go ahead and reveal a little bit more. And let's see. Yeah, as you begin heading off into the north, you can feel that the weather around you starts to get there's a little bit more of a chill to it. You can feel a bit more of that wind, that sort of westerly wind sweeping down from the mountains, and you hear a little bit of it's really has this like whistling quality. You can see that these icy mountains are a bit craggy, and it seems to form this like high-pitched, almost keen as it sweeps across. You kind of even have to correct the sleigh a little bit to not be blown off to the edge. Where's the next hex you're moving to?
Does anyone have any objections to just going north? No.
Nope.
Yes, I want to go south. Go.
Just going one north.
No, one north.
Right. You go one north. And even though now you're making a bit more distance from the mountains, you cannot clearly see them anymore. It is still dark. You still hear that keening, that low, sort of, not low, that high-pitched sound, that sort of... I don't know why I did that. I can't whistle. But it seems to be something else. You get this odd impression that it's not quite just the wind. There's something else to it. As you are pulling the sled along, you can see kind of these snowbanks on either side of you. And then you see about 60 feet up, there's another tall snowbank, and you kind of have to pull to slow it down a little bit to avoid crashing into it. We'll have to turn the sled around here, not by very much, but it seems like you're almost in this C-shaped just pile of snowbanks around you. You can still hear that whistling.
That's strange.
Yes, can Nia... It's still too dark for that, isn't it? Is it? It's still too dark to
I mean,
use the
Nia has
spyglass?
dark vision.
Okay.
The spyglass... That's a good question. If looking through a spyglass with dark vision... I'll go ahead and let you make a perception check without advantage. God, 11 perception. So you are looking around Nia, trying to get a sense of what this is. And the first thing you see as you turn to your side is Fox sitting on the sleigh, who you can immediately tell his expression, like his face has gone white, and he has this very nervous expression on his face. And as you pull your spyglass around along these snowbanks, you see a dark figure. You're not sure exactly who they are, but then you see another one. And as you listen, you hear this reedy sound. It seems to be coming from that dark figure from one of these.
Well, I think I know where
Could
the
I
sound
have-
is coming from.
Could I have everyone
no.
but Nia make a perception check for me?
Oh, thank God. I thought it was going to be a save.
Oh, I'm too busy being a reindeer.
Yeah, my eyes evolved underground stuff. I'm not good with this open air, I guess.
A little racist, I'm not gonna lie.
Nautrix, as you are kind of working on turning the sleigh around, which is a little bit awkward, it's not designed for tight turns, you kind of see Fox shift in his seat. And Nia, you, looking towards the spyglass, can see these two figures on the ridge of sort of this snowbank, starting to walk over, coming a little closer.
Hey, Natrix, do you suppose we could hurry this up?
Why? Also, is he okay?
And you mean aside from those two shadowy figures walking right towards us? Yeah, everything's fine.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
Because
I
she just saw them?
Yeah, keep an eye on them.
Oh, now,
I'll try and get the sleigh around.
here, I was not the first person to realize something was wrong. She kind of eyes Fox. Very obviously, to Fox at least.
Yeah. You see them coming up, walking very steadily and very lightly on the snow. And they get to the point where they are on top of these banks, about maybe 60 feet away. And that is when Fox he half stands up and he shouts something at them. Shouts something in a language you don't understand, that you're not sure any of you have heard before. And that includes the language that you heard him speak to to Mr. Mudd. He says it again, this time sounding more frantic. And Alcana, now you can hear that keening on the wind. And it sounds familiar to you.
Why
Dun,
does
dun,
it sound
dun.
familiar?
Because you heard something like this all the way back in the Wushankos. It is this thin, reedy flute sound. As you realize that one of these figures is holding something long going to its head that sort of in the shadows looks oversized and cylindrical.
Oh no! It's the monks! It's the Comaso monks! How in the hell are they out here?
And Fox shouts one more thing before you see, Nia, one of these monks steps out, and now they are close enough that you can see them more clearly. The basket head, the simple robes, seemingly unbothered by the cold. One of them is holding that bamboo flute and just giving this tuneless, reedy melody. The other one pulls out a box, not a huge box, about 1 foot by 1 foot, slams it down into the snow, and the top of the box bursts open, and you just see what looks like a cloud of steam, of mist, rise up from it. And as it hits into the sky, it seems to swirl around until you see this figure materializing in it, something long and serpentine, something that looks almost like a dragon. All right, I am going to go ahead and set this up.
Ah,
What is they doing out here? What?
What the hell is
Hello?
going on? How are they out here 4 and 3?
And the
Let's
cold,
see.
nonetheless.
This, actually, this battle map is not. It's not quite big enough. I think I need to make one that's a little bigger.
Oh, don't like to handle that.
uh-oh.
Oh,
Sorry. Hold on, guys.
you're good. Make it as big and as epic as possible.
I was just assuming I was wearing my armor for this, but if I have to use my action at the start of this combat, I can do that.
Well, we had several seconds of Forks obviously yelling at things that might
Yeah.
indicate a preparation for combat.
Yeah,
If you
like,
maybe.
I only need like 6 seconds, so that should probably be fine.
Although if all had to take preparation actions, that would be cool. But,
Yeah, let's just say that, yeah, the Eldritch Truth would have come out at literally the first sign of danger.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a precedent we've set long ago about like I don't need to state every combat that I summon my backed weapon. When it's feasible, I already did.
All right, so let's see. Gonna go ahead and make a big gnarly play area here.
Wow.
Sorry, I should have been better prepared for this. That's okay.
Oh, you're fine. Oh, it's so big. Oh shit. It's gonna be a big boy.
So you guys are there, and we'll go ahead and put your put some mounts here for you.
Yeah,
Oh,
Don
wow,
is
this
currently
is-
a deer.
Oh yeah, Dawn is currently a deer.
I am a deer, but you know.
Yes, you're very, very
And
dear
let me
to
get
us.
Elkanah's lion out here.
Aw.
Wait, I'm not sure. There it is. So I'm going to go ahead and just draw a few snowbanks on here. If you don't mind, if that's okay with you.
Fine.
I guess. God.
I don't care about the snowbanks anyway.
Ah, no!
Snowbanks don't bother me anyway.
Oh, fuck. That's supposed to- So is this thing south of Dawn? Is that supposed to be what the heck is what is her name? His name? Its name? Zori.
Asana.
Thank you.
Yeah, Solana.
Alsana's a unit.
He's just a bit smushed.
Okay.
The smushed line.
Also,
that long
another
boy.
secret language that Fox knows.
This is the second one. You know what?
Are you just going to be upset
Yeah,
every
that's
time
60
someone
feet.
says a language you
What
don't?
it might be.
Yeah, we're gonna have to question that boy.
Yes, Rond, I can't get that far.
Well, I said they were 60 feet away, so I'm just making sure that I'm really putting it 60 feet away.
I know.
Ah,
But yeah, these
There's the Dragon
banks, they're
Ball.
not like huge. You know, they're like 10 feet high at their tallest, but they are kind of banks of loose snow that's probably going to be more like difficult terrain for most of you guys.
That's fine. I have mobile. I ignore that.
Oh, hey, there you go. So, what I should have had happen while this is all going on is is to have you guys roll for your initiative.
Sure. Do we want to have teams, or are we doing this individuality?
You know, we do a lot of teams. I think we can do individually.
Yeah, let's do
sure.
it individually. Change it up.
Wow, that's terrible.
That's okay. That one rolled a natural 1.
yeah, most of these initiative rolls aren't very good.
Dumbass monk.
Although
It's just a matter of who
Motrix has a
sucks
good-
less.
Wow. Okay. I stand corrected. Oh, it actually is. I was right.
What is a secademic?
Yeah.
All right, is everyone roll their initiative?
Yeah.
Lovely. Fantastic. So, you go ahead and set up some fight music here. So, you spot this dragon-like thing twirling around on itself in the sky. It's not particularly large, but it seems to almost crackle. There's something almost half ethereal about it. You're not sure what, but as it kind of crackles around, it zooms up right here, sort of still in the air, but you can see its whiskered mouth, this scaly maw on it with these almost feather-like protrusions wheeling back from its four horns, its eyes white, glowing. As it rears back and exhales this 30-foot cone of just what feels like pure energy over all of you. I need everyone to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh shit!
Wait.
Shit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Notrix, no. Oh, me,
Haha.
no.
Damn.
That's terrible.
All right. So those of you who got more than 15, oh, I need to make one for Fox too. Sorry. Excuse
Does
me.
Aslana and the other reindeer have to roll?
Oh yeah, they do too.
Fox is fine.
All right, and Alcana can roll for Aslana, right?
Wow, that's terrible.
Okay, so those of you who got 15 or higher are fine. If you got 10 to 15, then you feel this torpor come over you. You feel your reactions are slowed like this haze. You are, for the next minute, unable to take reactions, and you must roll a d6 at the start of each of your turns to determine your behavior. Those of you who got below 10, you are asleep.
Can I be put to sleep?
Oh.
I suppose I can.
Do you have something that tells you that you can't be put to sleep?
No, it's just that I don't need to sleep. I think I can be put to sleep. Unless you
Yeah,
want to
I
correct
think
me.
you can be put to sleep.
Fair enough.
Three of us are asleep then. Oh, no.
But yeah, you watch and you see as the fox reindeer falls asleep, as Alcana just drifts off, and Notrix as well. Wait, is Dawn? Dawn is not asleep. Dawn barely made that one. But Dawn, you are
He did? Didn't he?
Yeah, with the +2, you got
with a
10.
+2. You
Oh,
got
okay,
10.
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, Dawn, you're not in the best place. Logi and Nia are totally fine, but Dawn, you'll need to roll a d6 at the start of each of your turns. But you see as this dragon thing kind of, after doing that, it sort of zooms up higher into the sky about 20 more feet. With that, Notrix,
I'm asleep.
you are currently asleep. And so that's all that's happening for you.
Right.
With that, you look and you see this Komoso monk looking down at this group from here atop the snowbank. And what he is going to do, he is going to, he suddenly flashes out of existence and into place right here between all of you. And he is going to try to let's see, I think he is going to go ahead and try to strike, just give one quick strike towards Fox. Oh, that hits, and so Fox needs to make a wisdom saving throw. No, a constitution saving throw. And you see as he just puts out a hand right towards Fox's exposed chin, and you see Fox kind of get dazed by this, and Fox is stunned. And that is when this Komoso just He sort of holds tight there, and I think he doesn't move. Suddenly, you see. I think Nia, you are suddenly Nia and just Nia is aware suddenly of another one into place. One who you couldn't even see before, right behind Fox, and he is going to just go ahead and he grabs Fox around the back. You cannot see his face through this mask, but then just starts pulling him away. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just grabs Fox, pulls him off of the sled and away from the rest of you. And Fox is not even trying to fight back. You see his arms kind of limp at his side as he is still getting over the effect of what the last one did. With that, Dawn, it is your turn. Roll a d6 for me.
D6. Huh?
All right. Make another intelligence saving throw.
Okay. Damn it.
Yeah, you kind of look around and you feel yourself also in a daze. You try to fight it off, but you're not quite able to do it. So, Dawn, I'm afraid you don't do anything on this turn. Nia, what are you doing?
Does Loki have Dispel Magic by any chance?
He has not. He only has Counterspell.
Damn. Do you guys think I should go after Fox first, or?
I would rather not, but that's my personal bias talking.
Rather not. What's wrong with Fox?
Oh, he's just going to get further away if you don't stop him.
Yeah, true.
Good enough point for me. Yeah, Nia will, hang on. Oh, he only got that far away. Haha, pathetic. Nia, you know the deal by now. She runs up to the he has Fox, and Nia just isn't really having that today, man. You know, it's just not. And,
Okay.
actually, one more. Hang on. Never mind.
Okay, but those first two do manage to hit.
Yeah, Nia just kind of up in DDS specs this guy right in the face, or tries to anyway. Oh wait, since
Yeah,
Fox is there, does that count for me
Mhm.
getting sneak attack?
No, Fox is incapacitated right now. Well, he's stunned, but it does. Yeah, you need someone who's aware to be threatening them and give you a sneak attack. But yeah, you give these two quick strikes to into his robes, and you kind of hear a little bit of a gasp from him. Still holding on to Fox, but really felt that.
And then just to screw with him, I'm going to use the rest of my movement to go over here.
All right. And is that your whole turn, Nia?
Yeah.
All right. Now you see this one who is up here on the ridge has been continuing to play this flute this whole time and kind of takes a look down towards what is happening here. And you just see him out of existence and boom, right there in front of you, Logie. And you see his hand reach out, and as it does, there's almost this after image on it as it comes right towards you.
Ooh.
I believe that hits you.
I'm not going to say I have 21 AC.
Yeah, as you feel this, it almost this psychic after image of his hand is the one that seems to go through you, and you feel it strike you. And Logi, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. And you feel there's something it tries to deal with your brain somehow, but you're not sure exactly how. You manage to shake off any more effects of that. But he, after doing that, sort of looks towards you and almost like somersaults backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And just does this quick, like barely touching the snow away from you. You can make an attack of opportunity on him if you wish, Logi.
Oh, okay. Do attacks of opportunity have to be melee?
Yes.
Okay.
Hits him.
You try to jab at him with your bayonet as he backflips away, but he is just this mess of limbs that you cannot tell what is going on. You do not manage to hit him. Logi, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm going to sort of shuffle around this guy. Has he done anything, or has he just been standing there all ominously?
The one next to you?
But yeah.
Yeah, he seemed to be the one who stunned Fox.
Ah, yes. Okay. I am going to just shoot him twice in the face, and thankfully I have the thingy-mabob now. That means I don't have disadvantage shooting point blank.
Oh yeah, there you go. You shoot twice, but it just almost moving like a blur, almost indetectable. That basket head just moves out of the way of your gunshots as each time the ricochet of it sort of the blowbacks makes you not quite aim as precisely as you'd hoped.
Does the sound of a gun going off 10 feet away may help us wake up as well?
It does not.
Uh-oh.
So is that your whole turn, Logi?
This is going to sound very stupid. But if I shovel around this guy here, can I use my foot to try to nudge Nostrix's unconscious body awake?
I'm gonna say that it's gonna take an action to do that.
Okay.
To do it in an effective way.
Never mind.
Ah, but what about an ineffective?
All right.
But I think actually I'm going to use my movement to move here because I'll still be in range of him here, right? But
yeah.
Yeah, that just seems
So
like a better place to stand.
Yeah, you edge away. Alkana, unfortunately, you are still sleeping, mercifully unaware of everything going on around you. Meanwhile, this dragon-like thing, you watch it give sort of a half twirl in the sky, and then it seems like each scale individually disappears from view, only seeing like these ripples of energy across its form before there is just this cloud of mist where it was before. But then you hear it. You almost feel the wind wave over you as it rushes across, and you spot Arnold Fox suddenly lifting out of the grasp of this monk and about 10 feet into the air.
Oh, shit.
So I'm gonna, I don't know, I'll put a bullseye on him. And actually, since he's not using it, yeah, 10 feet into the air. That is his turn. Notrix, you are still asleep. Now, Komoso, let's see, how far away are you? You are looking at these two of these basket-headed monks, Nia, and you're not sure what these are. You've never seen anything like it. Only very close to you. And that is when suddenly one of them is right behind you. And he reaches out with that same psychic strike. Does that hit you?
Just barely.
All right, Nia, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. And Nia, as you feel this psychic energy blow you back, your arms just go limp at your side. You are stunned. And this guy is sort of going to dash over here and seems to stand guard over Fox, who is about 10 feet in the air right now. This other one, let's see, looks at Logie, who is the only threat at the moment. And Logie suddenly, another one of these is right next to you and does that same thing. You see that hand coming towards you. You need to make another Constitution saving throw for me, Logie.
Okay, I take the damage regardless, right?
You do. And once more, you feel like something is going to happen, but it's not working out right now for whatever reason. And you see once more this one, he kind of just does this fancy turn, kind of places one hand in the snow, pushes himself up and leaps back over to this position near Fox. You can take an attack of opportunity on him if you wish.
But haven't I already used my action for the last?
Oh shoot,
attack
yes, you
opportunity?
have. Sorry, never mind.
Wasn't that last round?
I don't know, but okay.
Yeah. So Dawn, it is your turn. Roll a d6.
Hey.
Hold on, let me double check. You use all your movement to move in a random direction. So we'll say 1 is north, 2 is east, 3 is south, and 4 is west. So let me go ahead and roll that.
Sure. Uh-oh.
So you
4 is
use
west, you say?
yeah, all your movement to move. I guess for you that's 30 feet. You move, kind of flitter off 30 feet to the west, and you don't take any other action.
Damn. Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, I imagine maybe when he got hit by that wave, he like automatically turned back to a fairy. But yeah,
So I
All
did
right.
didn't just trample Notrix then.
What's that?
I mean,
I was just saying, Joy just said, "Oh, Don must have transformed back." I'm saying, did a deer just run over Notrix?
travel over to Notrix.
Oh, I
Good
forgot that
idea
Dawn
for
is a
trying-
deer.
Yeah, am I still a deer, or am I like when I get hit by that wave? Was I?
No, you
know.
didn't transform out of it, so I guess you are still a deer. Huh?
Does getting
Please,
trampled
how
by a
about
deer
this?
wake me up?
Notrix, make a perception check to see if, even if in this deep magical slumber, the force of a deer coming over you is enough to rouse you. Yeah, Notrix, you're suddenly slammed awake as a deer's hooves just dig into your stomach as this empty-eyed deer tramples right over you. You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage, though.
That's pretty good for the whole deer setting on me. And
Yeah,
Notrix,
could be worse.
Notrix is understandably quite shocked at this. I don't think I can vocalize whatever noise Notrix is making right now. But he's like, "Ugh!" being stepped on by a deer and woken up.
Yes. Yeah, you kind of pull yourself up from the surface of the snow as this happens. With that, Nia, you are stunned this turn. I am sorry. With that, it is another one of the Komoso. And this time, I think... Let's see, how much of a threat does he think Notrix is? I think he's going to go for it. Yeah, Nautrix, as you are down there on the ground, suddenly there's another one of these basket-headed monks right over you. Boom!
Ugh.
Nautrix, make a Constitution saving throw. And as he hits you, your wide eyes just are locked in that position. You are stunned, Nautrix, and he dashes back towards Fox. Logie, what are you doing?
Okay, I am going to move. No, hang on. I have armor on. There we go. And I'm going to use my action to enter my shadow refuge. Refuge. And inside that, I can use 2 actions in the space of 1. So I'm going to do the old double whammy, blink and mirror image.
Right.
And then
Yeah, Logie disappeared right for a second.
yeah, and given it's the end of my round, I have to roll a d20 to see if I enter the shadow realm. I did not.
All right. Logie is still right out here on the ice. No, disappears for 6 seconds, then reappears. That's the end of your turn, Logie?
Yes.
Okay. Alcana, I am very sorry.
Alcana's asleep. I'm internally screaming.
Meanwhile, it's Sakadawami's turn. You are not sure what exactly is going on, but those of you who are lucid enough to spot it see Arnold Fox rising a further 40 feet up into the air and just hovering there, now 60 feet up in the sky. Nautrix,
I'm stunned.
you are stunned.
I didn't need to take the action anyway. No.
With this, one of these Komoso sort of, you see the basket head turn around and then they are gone. You're not sure where. And then you see them, those of you who can see, floating up in the sky right next to Fox, his legs appearing to straddle something. And he is going to go ahead. You see him reaching like one hand into sort of pulling away Fox's his sort of gambeson, looking for what's going on in there. Let me go ahead and roll I guess it would just be an intelligence check. Oh, you're not supposed to have advantage on that. So still just searching around, seemingly frustrated, not finding what he's looking for. That is when you see this other one flashes up right next to him, straddling the same thing, and is going to do the same. You see him pull around and sort of pull back, get out this small blue handkerchief, pull it into Fox Gambeson, and then pull it back out again, clearly wrapped around something. You're not sure what. Dawn, roll a d6.
Ah! Okay.
Oh, all right. So, Dawn, you can go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. Yeah!
And Dawn, you manage to finally shake off this torpor that's come over you, feeling still in your reindeer mind, unsure exactly what's happened or why.
What the hell? Okay, so currently, is the guy who's playing that flute, like that noise, is he visible?
The
Or is he
flute
not
playing
doing
has
that?
stopped now. It was actually this Komoso right here. He's visible, yes. No longer playing the flute.
Is it too far-fetched to say that Dawn notices, like, Fox all the way up there?
I think Dawn would notice that. Yeah, Fox and these other two Komoso floating 60 feet up in the sky.
What the fuck? Okay. Dawn, yes, Dawn is going to turn back to a fairy. He's gonna fly up maybe, like, 30 feet, as high as he could. And, he... you know, it's too good. He's gonna aim at one of them with a call of lightning.
All right. Okay, needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Would they hit both of them? Because they're so close together.
Yeah, it would hit both of them.
Nah, it's
so
a
let me
5 foot.
do dexterity saving throws. And I'm assuming you're positioning it where it won't hit Fox.
Yes.
So, what is your spell DC, Dawn? It is 14, right?
14.
Or 14. Okay.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, they both managed to succeed. They kind of push themselves forward, but they still get a little bit of this lightning that suddenly comes down from the sky, pierces right behind there, and oh shoot, I need to roll that for the Sakadagami as well.
Oh. Ooh, that doesn't.
Okay,
Succeed.
that does not succeed. All right, Dawn, go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, I already did the 27.
Oh, 27. All right. So
Yeah.
that is a 14 for each of these guys. And you see, even pushing themselves forward, you can see the singeing on their robes. One of them actually kind of half catches fire, and he's patting himself out. Meanwhile, you hear this sort of ethereal, otherworldly roar of pain. This. However, let's see. Do I need to make a? Yeah, I need to make a concentration check for him. And that is still a success. So you still don't see the Sakadagami, but you definitely heard this sound of pain from up there in the sky.
Could I have, like, can Don have tried his best to like look at the, like, just the patterns of the electricity to see maybe at least an outline, just for like a split second?
I'll let you make a perception check, but it's a pretty high DC.
Okay. Perception. Alright.
Nope.
No. No. Do I want to make a? I don't want to make a bot save right now. They're kind of intimidating.
All right.
Or botch table. Sorry.
With that, wait, is coming out of your animal form, is that a bonus action, or do you still have your bonus action, Don?
I want to say that's a bonus action.
All right. Well, in that case,
I
then
mean, yeah, right?
we go to Nia. Nia, you have by this point shaked off that stun.
I assume at this point she realizes that the Komuso monks are now floating in the air, riding on something. Fox is also 60 feet in the air, held by something.
That is correct.
Does she see what it is that they've pulled out of his armor?
I'll say that sort of with that stun fading, you could see that last second of him pulling something out wrapped in a small blue kerchief, but you couldn't tell what it is. But you can see that one of those monks, the one, this one, is still grasping onto it in one hand.
But I can't tell what it is.
No, you cannot.
Well, Dawn seems to have that under control by throwing bolts of lightning at them.
Oh yeah, there'll be another. Don't you worry.
So I think Nia is going to turn her attention towards the poor bastard who's still on the ground. This one over here. Sorry, my microphone did something.
All right. Yeah, you dash over to this one who just kind of turns around and spots you coming towards him.
Yeah.
Cannot read the expression because he's wearing a basket on his face. Yeah, those all hit.
Yeah, so Nia just kind of, jumps up right in front of him and just dragon dagger specials him, boom, boom, and then punches him in the face. And then keep
Boom,
going
boom,
over
boom.
Punch him in
this
the basket.
direction. I punch him right in the basket. Right in his stupid
Yeah,
basket.
you see the basket crumple slightly under the force. That basket's just now got a great big dent in it.
I have to use the rest of my movement to move here, and because mobile, blah, blah, blah.
All right, you move over there, and yeah, now it is that Komoso's turn. Sort of see his head turn towards you. He thinks the better of it, and dashes over here, and then whew, now he is behind all of them, sort of on the back of. Well, you're not sure what, but clearly it's something strong enough to hold all four of these up without seemingly wavering. And
yeah.
yeah, with that, there is going to be another psychic strike. This one, those of you who are listening to see can see he actually holds out his hand, and it seems like the hand actually, its afterimage extends out, weaves around, and hits Fox. And Fox needs to make another con save. And he failed. And you just see Fox still just limp up there, unable to do anything. Logie, it is your turn.
How far up did you say they were?
60 feet.
Oof. That's not very good. That's not good at all. Hang on. Okay, I guess. I'll move right under them and shoot. Wait, hang on, 60 feet?
Yes.
Well, if I'm going to be at disadvantage anyway. Just disregard what I just did. And I'm going
Okay.
to. I'm going to fire twice at the one furthest to the back.
Okay.
Maybe you could fire at the dragon as well. You know?
All right. That first one manages to hit.
Wait, the dragon's invisible. Never mind.
You kind of line up this shot between the two of them to that one that's the furthest away, and boom! And you just hear this, oh! And it goes falling off the side, off of the dragon, and boom, into the snow, bleeding out. And you spot this, or those of you with dark vision spot this piece of blue wrapped fabric with something in it go rolling away from him.
Okay, and now, just for the end of my turn, I poof into the Shadow Realm.
All right. Very nice. Alkana, you are still asleep. I am sorry. Now it is Sakuragami's turn. Let's see. How does it do? Okay. Man, what is it going to do? You see all of these figures sort of up here, and you see actually kind of quivers. They sort of dip down about 10 feet, Fox and these two Komoso, then dip back up about 10 feet. And it doesn't seem to do anything else. Nautrix, your stun is over.
Okay. as my first action in this combat, I'm going to take my reaction, if you allow me to, and I am going to, if I can, I want to cast my Halo of Spores at Alcana.
Okay.
Because it's damage and it might wake her up. The necrotic energy sapping into her lungs might hurt her.
All right, Alcana. You feel this. You take 4 points of necrotic damage as these spores come into your lungs, and you suddenly start hacking violently, and the force of it wakes you up out of this magical slumber.
What's happening? What's going on?
I don't know. I think they got forks. We were
Fox?
asleep.
No, come back!
Okay. That was my reaction.
They're coming help us!
Now let's see. Well, you know what? I guess I'm gonna bring out the old favorite. I'm gonna move up here, and I'm gonna look at the space underneath all these flying figures, and I'm gonna cast the spell of magic.
Woo!
And see what happens. Maybe it'll do something, maybe not.
All right, for each spell of 4th level. So wait, what are you targeting exactly?
The space underneath them, where presumably
Oh,
it's quite.
okay.
Even if you can't see the creature,
Yeah.
its presence is noticeable because of them being there. I feel.
Right, that's right. Okay. So in that case, I am going to need you to make a wisdom roll.
Okay.
And as you do, just and you see like these sparks of pure magical energy sort of weave around this seemingly long cylindrical object as but not a pizzle, as you can see once more the Sakadagami come into view, sort of extended out, and with Fox kind of roughly clamped in his jaws and these 2 other Komosto riding on his back.
Okay. And that's my bonus action. I'll just
call.
finish off with Shillelagh. That'll be my turn.
All right. So, with that, this Komoso sort of looks around, looks down at the ground, and he flits down to take and grabs that bit of blue fabric around some kind of a hard object, grasps it in his hand, and looks back up to the other one. Seems to give sort of a nod through that basket head. The other one is going to roll a death save,
Oh,
and is 1 success, I believe. And with that, Dawn, what are you doing?
Can Don see this guy and what he's holding up?
I don't think Dawn can. I think actually everybody else but Dawn can.
True. Okay. So I think Don would still be focused on these flying guys. So, you know what? Same thing. I'm gonna hit him with the call lightning.
Remember, that's
Yeah.
bonus action.
No, sadly
Uh-oh.
it's an action.
Oh yeah, it's
That's
an
an
action.
But Don has awesome.
But you
bonus
don't have to use
actions.
another
first-
spell slot.
You know, I am 20 feet up right now, so I'm gonna actually just go right here, and then I'm gonna go 10 feet up, and then call lightning. Oh, come on, bro!
All right.
You're
Let me
supposed to be
make
OP.
2 dex saves,
It's an okay spell.
Haha.
and
He takes 20.
oh, actually, the Sakadagami is supposed to get advantage on this, and with advantage, still does horribly. Okay, so 2 of them take 10 damage, and one of them takes 5.
And I'm gonna aim a blood bolt right for. No, I'm gonna go for the guy. There you go. Damn it. I think I missed.
Yeah, you look, and this Komoso, you can tell from the force of that last lightning, he is just sort of one hand clutching the back of the Sakadagami. He looks like he is barely hanging on at this point. You see him give a couple of sharp taps to the side of this long flying serpent. With that, Arnold is still currently stunned. Nia, it is your turn.
All right. So this guy over here, this one is still on the ground, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Just that okay.
You know the drill. Well, maybe not. Quite.
All right, that 30 hits.
You
Christ
know what?
almighty.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give him a little taste of his own medicine. How about you make him make a con save?
Okay.
Yay.
All right. Let me make him make a con save.
Nope. Stunned.
Yeah, you watch as that body just kind of goes limp. One hand holding a flute, the other one lightly grasping that bit of light blue cloth.
Yeah, and that's what I want to do. I want to swipe that shit from him since he's stunned.
All right, you. Yeah, it's not too hard. You reach down, you grasp that bit of cloth from him, and you feel that
Now
there
that-
is something hard and kind of rigid within it. Not a pizzle,
Does
though.
that count? Okay. I assume that does that count as my bonus action?
Yeah, kind of, because you had to take it from him. You didn't just pick it up.
Okay, that's fine. I still have 30 feet of movement anyway. So I'll just move all the way back here.
All right,
Nice.
you dash back, and let's see this other Komoso. He is just, I think at this point, yeah, he is looking around, and he just kind of looks like he hunkers down, prepared to evade if necessary, and kind of taps on the side of the Sakuragami. Logi, it is your turn.
Okay, I poof out of the shadow. But first, how steep is this snowbank?
It's not terribly steep. Like at its tallest,
if I-
it's only about 10.
Like if I were trying to climb up it, what kind of movement penalty would I have for that?
You'd be at about half movement to move through that snow.
I guess I move 10. I guess I'll move here then.
All right.
And I am going to fire. I guess they're still 60 feet above the ground, right?
That's right.
Okay, in which case I think I still have disadvantage, although I'm not quite sure how it works out when I'm shooting at an angle.
Yeah. And also, he's kind of taking the dodge action right now, so it would be disadvantage anyway. So yeah, roll with disadvantage. Wait, are you aiming towards the Sakuragami or the Komoso? Well, it doesn't actually
I guess it
matter.
doesn't matter
You
anyway.
twice in both of these blasts from your guns, you just hear the whiz through the air, but they do not connect with anything.
Okay, that's my turn. I'm going to roll to see if I re-enter the shadow. I do.
All right. Logi poofs out of existence. Alkana, time for your first action this combat.
Probably seeing what Nia just did, and I'd imagine she'd give her some kind of a nod to that guy on the ground is open season. She can't reach her quite in time, so let's give him a couple of Eldritch Blast.
Pew pew.
Right, and yeah,
Advantage to
you,
guys.
you have advantage because those are technically attack rolls, and he is stunned.
What?
Those are 2 very good attack rolls and 2 very bad damage rolls. Yeah, you
Yep.
hold out your candlesticks and fire twice. 2 of these glowing eldritch blasts, bam, bam, into him. Just sort of takes him limply, but they don't seem to do too much. Is that your turn, Alcana?
You know, I just realized I could have used Misty Step along with my movement to get next to the guy and strike at him. Can I use a Foresight to do that instead?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Try this, teleporting. Ooh. Nonsense. And I'm thinking she would run, vanish, and then just kind of appear behind the guy and then take a couple of swipes at the Eldritch Truth.
Yeah, you just sort of
Yeah, that's much better.
into existence right by him, and yeah, 2 swipes, bam, bam, and as you do, he just you can see sort of the blood seeping through his pale robes. He kind of drops to his knees into the ground.
And she's just looking up at Fox intently with this look of sheer anxiety in her eyes.
All right, and with that, this Sakuragami, it sort of rears around. This Komoso still on its back, Fox still in its jaws, and whoosh, suddenly it disapparates again, and you watch as Fox goes into free fall from high up in the sky, and he. Let me go ahead and roll this. Boom! Impacts hard in the snow, but you can see he's still breathing. He's rough, but not as rough as he could be. But now you cannot see this Sakuragami at all. But Nia, you can hear this burst of air as it comes rushing towards you without being able to see it. It is going to take a bite at you.
Ow.
Ow.
Yeah, you feel this as its jaws clamp around you, and I need you to make a either an acrobatics or an athletics check. Yeah, you feel that it almost tries to grasp onto your hand that is holding that bit of cloth, but you manage to pull it out as it sweeps back into the air. You cannot see the Sakuragami, but you can see the Komoso riding on its back, now about 30 feet in the air behind you. With that, Nautrix, it is your turn.
Whew, okay. So I'm guessing. I'm guessing any spell that says choose one creature you can see. That doesn't. The dragon's invisible right now. That doesn't work, right?
Yeah, the Sakuragami is invisible right now. Let me move it off the screen so that's more apparent.
Mm-hmm. So it's just a flying guy there. And I guess I'll just cast the spell magic again, maybe. Sorry, I was just really hoping it wouldn't go invisible, so I'm having to rethink my turn. Let's see. Oh, what did you say, Seth?
I said if you do that, it'll just go uninvisible, then go invisible again on its next turn.
Right. Let me read this spell back a while. One speed reduced to 0 feet. That's good. I'm just going to. Nope, that's not enough range. Damn it. Sorry about this. I'm just having to rethink everything. I am going to just do my Symbiokinecy, and I'm going to throw a healing word towards Fox. At level 2. So you're 11 health.
Okay,
That
very
is my turn.
nice.
Sorry, I was indecisive.
Yeah, you see him kind of look a little stronger, and he's kind of starting to pull himself up onto his knees in the snow. With that, oh yeah, the next two Komoso are the ones who are down for the count right now. Oh, but one of them, you spot, seems to pick himself up painfully. He is now at 1 hit point. And Alcana, you can see this one next to you sort of stand up. And as he looks at you, sort of looks down, back up, and it's going to psychic strike you.
That doesn't
is-
do crap.
That does not manage to hit. And so he is going to try to do it again. Still does not manage to hit.
Nice crit fail, bro.
Nice.
Yeah. And he just kind of hunkers down, unsure what to do. With that, Dawn, it is your turn.
I think Dawn saw Fox fall and just go, oh shit! And like immediately he would just fly over. And he's gonna cast Cure Wounds and Healing Word. Wait, no, never mind. Not Healing Word, because that's like, you can't do that twice.
Yeah.
Cure Wounds!
All right.
I'm gonna do that first level.
Sure.
Are you kidding me, bro? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dawn. Every little bit helps.
Do you know what's going on here? Why were they after you?
Yeah, why'd you say to them?
We just need to. We need to shake them. Get out of there.
And he actually, Dawn, is that your whole turn?
I was also thinking of hitting this fool with a, what's it called?
Yeah, go for
A
it.
blood bolt, but other than that. Pew! Haha.
And yeah, as you turn around, sort of looking back at Dawn, looking down at Fox, you just sort of almost casually let loose this black bolt, and it hits him straight in the chest, and he goes right back down.
Believe it or not, I think we're about to take these guys out.
And Fox sort of says to you, "We cannot be too sure."
And suddenly, Nia, Fox is right next to you, and he sort of puts his hand on yours over that same bit of cloth, and he says,
Nia, give it to me, please.
Nia hands it back to him. But as she's doing it, she says, "We're going to talk."
I fully expect it. Right now, we just need to keep this away. He takes it from you, puts it into his gambeson, and suddenly he vanishes, invisible, but you sort of hear his footsteps move away from you. All right, Nia, it is your turn.
It's hard to do this with a neutral good character, so I just call this doing a neutral good for my friends action. So this dude over here next to Alcana kind of got up, and though Don put him back down, you know, it's kind of a pain when they get back up after you've knocked them out. So I'm just gonna kill the both of them.
Stabby, stabby.
Fair enough.
Oh wait, that's
All right,
advantage.
yeah, those would both be with advantage.
We'll just count that as the first one, and there's the second one on the other guy.
Okay, so 2 strikes to the first one. He is dead.
And after that, I'm going to turn towards the one behind him and, well, just punch him right through the face, or punch him right through the chest, I guess.
And
Because I think it's 2
Yeah,
failed
so that's-
saves per hit.
that's 2 fails, and did he already have 1 failed save? He did, I
Oh,
think. Right?
I thought taking a hit when you were unconscious was a crit, or counted as two
Yeah,
death
it
saves.
is, but like it would mean that it would be 2 to take him fully down. We'll just say that yeah, you managed to hit the other, and he is gone.
Yeah, I just cut the throat of one and punched the other one right through the chest. Well, now they won't be getting back up again.
I want to know is how the hell did monks from the east get all the way here at 4 and 3?
Ask your buddy Fox when this is all over.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this one, you see this Komoso over here just make another motion, and he seems to flip around. You see him kind of bring himself almost long ways, and it's like his belly is to you, and he's sort of floating the other way around. It's you're not sure exactly what it means. It looks weird with the thing he's clinging to invisible. Logi, it is your turn.
Okay. How? I didn't quite understand that. How far is he? Far above the ground now, or
He's
what?
30 feet above the ground.
Okay. That should actually be. I pop out of the shadow realm. Here. Yeah. And I move over here. Let's see. How many
Okay.
feet above the ground?
30 feet.
Triangulating.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. So I can't make that shot within my normal range, so I'll have to shoot him twice at disadvantage.
All right. Yeah, shoot twice. Neither one manages to hit, and he seems to almost be flailing around slightly up there. All right. Is that your turn, Logi?
Yes. Now I'll just have to roll to enter the Shadow Realm again.
All right, Alcana.
The crowd is probably going to look up at the Komoso that's floating up in the sky, and well, she figures that not even a teleport's going to take her up there, so this time we're actually going to do the Eldritch Blast thing.
All right, let's see him.
What is with my shit damage rolls today?
You fire off. That first one seems like it should hit, but instead you hear this low sound. Let me go ahead and make a... Yeah. It does not manage to hit the Komoso somehow.
What was that?
And is that your turn, Alcana? I'm assuming it is. So
I'm just going to move my Notrix.
all right, you kind of move up towards Notrix closer, and you see the Komoso kind of right himself again, give a couple of pats, and then he rises up 60 more feet into the sky, 120 feet into the sky, and kind of almost seems to disappear in the white of this icy wind blowing across the plain. Soon you cannot even see him. And as you all look out across each other, two dead Komoso in the snow, Fox kind of pops back into view behind you, and he says, "Let us make some distance before we talk." And with that,
Understandable.
we'll go ahead and end this session.